All right. Let me get situated momentarily. I, man, I forgot Trials and Tribulations has a lot of good gems too. Like, I mean, y'all know by now. Man, the OST to this series is just freaking great. Okay. Hello, Chuck. Hi, I'm here. Oh man, I gotta like really, how you say, review my court cases a little bit better with how long I go, with how long these cases be. I guess they do get progressively longer, like as you get further, naturally. Um, I had a bit of a rude awakening today, but things are okay now. It's all good. And yeah, I'm gonna try some of this grape Kool-Aid. I never tried grape much. I always have cherry. Okay. All right. I'm gonna go ahead. Yes, sir. Yeah, man. I'll be on the lookout for you. Um, a rough estimate for me. I hope to be done around 6 to 7 p.m. ish, like basically close to my dinner time. Yeah. Oh, one moment. I need to set something up real quick. Um, there we go. And here. So yeah, again, this is the final case of Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney, and I know a very good stopping point. It's gonna it's gonna keep you wanting more, basically. All right, hang on. I'm gonna take one little swig of this. Not bad. Not bad. It's a nice alternate. It's a nice alternative. All right. Hmm. Okay. It doesn't look like whatchamacallit. It looks like this investigation's not gonna be too long either. I say that now. But no, I know again, trust me, I have a good stopping point. And as I said in chat, this will not be a 10-hour stream. I'm shooting for maybe 4 to 6. All right. Um, hang on, it's plugged in, and I just gotta load this sucker up. One more thing. All right, cool. Okay, done. And loading. And once again, I need to question case 3 yesterday of this game of Apollo Justice. I still think they were pretty idiotic to accuse little 14-year-old, a child, Machi Tabaya of pulling a freaking 45 caliber revolver. If he actually did, he would have shown signs of dislocating his shoulder or practically losing an arm. Okay, I know that part's going to be exaggerated, but come on. An average 14-year-old with no firearms training, like, get out of town. Get the hell out of here. That was just awful. But the less said about the less said about case 3 the better. Honestly, I really did like the mixing board. That was a really cool piece of evidence to use. And Darian, he just would not quit. They just would not quit. And then no thanks to La Mirror either, when I think about it, but whatever. Thoughts are scattered. Here we go. Loading game. Turnabout succession. Here it is. Everything's about to come full circle now. Episode 4, Turnabout Succession. And that is the whole truth of this case. Mason system. Flatliner. In order to understand it myself, I had to know the story of these last 7 long years. Phoenix is narrating this. Oh, poker. Nothing happens by chance. All is connected. Magicians, guns, and now you stand ready to begin the final chapter of the story. Will the defendant be found guilty or innocent? The decision is yours. That was Christoph, who was not narrating. But yeah, things and things are happening, and oh boy, Christoph jump scare. You know, the my former mentor, Apollo Justice. Oh man, October 7th, 10:37 a.m. Write Anything Agency. Hey Apollo, look on TV. Look, look. Yeah, I'm kind of busy. Whoa, look at that. He's the last Grimari, all right. Amazing. Ellipsis. Apollo, you should be watching this. Ow, ow, ow. What, what? I was writing about our last case in my journal. Lawyers are supposed to write things in records, Apollo, not journals. And why now? That case was 3 months ago. Hey, it's a long story. I did a lot, you know. I want to vacuum pack the feel of the moment for later. Right now, I'm wowing the crowd by figuring out how Lemira disappeared. That's right. Uncle Valid did that illusion too. But you're missing him on TV right now. I was just getting to the good part. I suppose I should watch a little TV of her. After all, her father's expected me to look after her while he's away. What you're now seeing is a rehearsal for the greatest magic show on Earth. Happening right here at our very own Sunshine Coliseum. The Sunshine Coliseum? Hey, that's where the Governor's concert was from Case 3. Only 3 more days until miracles happen here, right before your unbelieving eyes. The legendary troupe Gramari is performing for the first time in 7 years. Hey, look at that, everybody. See that dude on the right? On this lovely lady's left? He looks pretty familiar. He looks like that Shoddy Smith character from the first case. You know, the first victim. The legendary troupe Gramari is performing for the first time in 7 years. That's going to be great. I'm so there. You and Daddy are coming too. The legendary Gramaris? If Trucy's real father was still alive, he'd be on that stage performing miracles. I've got the tickets and everything. Here's yours, Apollo. Magic show ticket received. Oh boy. Ticket to the premiere showing of a grand illusion by the magician, Valiant Gramari. Oh, from the... Oh, squeak. Ah, you are here, working hard or hardly working. Hey, how have you been? Hi there, stranger. Not exactly the kind of greeting I want to hear from my own kid, though he has been gone a long time. How goes it, Trucy? Here, I got a present for you. Yay, pudding! I love pudding. Oh, it's farm fresh. And not just one pudding, but three whole cups. I'll have to pace myself. Well, I'm beat. That's right, Daddy. You're on a top secret mission. You gotta take it easy with the secrets, you know. How right you are. So you still can't tell us what your mission is? Maybe it is time. It has something to do with you anyway. Huh? With me? Ooh, maybe you're getting a top secret mission too. Maybe you could be one of those guys. A spy. Can't I just be a defense attorney? To be honest, telling you about the mission was my whole reason for coming here today. What? Tell me, you've heard of the juris system, yes? The juris system? That's right, the new legal system everyone's talking about. Have you heard of it, Apollo? Huh? Maybe? Ellipsis. Maybe not as many people are talking about it as I thought. The juris system, huh? Ah, presenting, are we? I did my fair share of that back in the day. Showed my attorney's badge a lot, too. He may look cool and calm now, but you should have seen him before. You know me too well, Trucy. I'm glad I provided this opportunity for a little family bonding. Oh, look. We can look at the ticket. Are you ready, Apollo? Ready for what? For what? For the Truth Grimari Grand Magic Show. It's not like I'm getting up on stage or anything. What are you talking about, Apollo? You can't enjoy magic if you're not part of what's going on up on stage. I'll lend you my spare costume if you need one. Huh? You mean I can't go in this? No. Doesn't get more straightforward than that. Alright. Valiant Grimari Magic Show. $70 ticket? Wow. Okay. Let's examine Charlie. The plant. It intrigues you, doesn't it? Not really. It's just the only thing in here that doesn't have one secret function. No secrets, but lots of memories. And a name, too. Want to hear it? Not really. His name is Charlie, if you're curious. Really, I wasn't. Ah, those legal books were left by my mentor. Too bad I gave up the practice before reading them. There's quite a few magic books in there too, you know. Those would be Trucy's. She'll remember they're there eventually, I'm sure. For a moment, I thought Mr. Wright might do magic too. A scary thought. Oh boy. Oh, careful there, Apollo. A lot of people run into that table, you know. Why, some client knocked the pot clean over the other day. Why not get a more sturdy table? Maybe the table is partially to blame. There's no maybe to this. That thing is a death trap. Yeah. That hat, is that a spare? It looks exactly like the one you always wear. That's the first rule of a professional. Be prepared. You know, I put it on the other day, and this strange white substance fell all over me. It was like magic. Or like fingerprint powder. I can't believe you're using this cutting a person apart box as shelf space. You know, I used that trick on stage the other night. Imagine my surprise when I pulled one of my shirts out of the box. You should really examine your props before the show. Yeah, it's a plastic spaghetti. And this whole thing is plastic, and it's a plastic fork. A plate of plastic spaghetti for displaying in a shop. Where the heck does she get this stuff? No one's practicing the piano as usual. Even calling him a pianist is an insult to pianists everywhere. Okay, Apollo, I'm gonna guess what you're thinking right now. Huh? What was I making a funny? What was I making a funny face or something? I'm so hungry. I'm right, right? Of course I am. There's no of course about it. You guessed wrong. Besides, that's not what I'm thinking. It's what you're thinking. How did you do that? You read my mind, Apollo. At least you got that pudding. That's right. Try not to eat my share, will you? That magician in the photo, is that your... My real daddy? Yep, Zach Ramari. He disappeared when I was little. I hung that up there, so I want to forget what he looked like. I see. She's smiling, but I'll bet that smile doesn't go very deep. Uh... Want to have a go at that ring, Apollo? No, no, I was just touching it. Come on, there's no need to be shy. Just slip it on. There. Youch! You're way too tense. You gotta loosen up there. The human body wasn't meant to bend like that. Oh man, that's so silly. Alright, let's talk to Mr. Phoenix Wright, the jury system. So, Daddy, what's this jury system thing? Well, Trucy, do you know what a jury is? I've heard of it. Isn't that those people who sit in court in those old courtroom dramas? The ones who get to decide if the guy's innocent or guilty? Do you know, Apollo? Only from TV. It's 12 people, chosen from the community, right? Well, they're thinking about reviving that system. They're calling the new system the Juris system. No more doing whatever you like, Your Honor. Not quite that harsh. The jurors cooperate with the judge. They help analyze the case from different angles. There will be only 6 of them under the current proposal, right? Wow, you know your stuff, Apollo. Their findings directly affect the verdict. Hopefully, people will start taking the courts a little more seriously now. I feel like I'm on some kind of educational TV show, starring Dr. Wright. Well, there's a Dr. Wright on Sim City. Dr. Wright, his assistant Trucy, and mascot Paulo, the perfect team. Mascot, hey! Everyone's so mean to Apollo. The secret mission. So, what is this secret mission? The Juris system is my mission, more or less. Anyway, keep in mind that new ideas like this system are always risky, Apollo. Too true. Everyone's got an opinion. And they just talk and talk, nothing gets decided. Oh, now Chuck. Sexy Clown appears in Spirit of Justice. That's the 6th mainline game in the series. I'll be playing that in the month of May. Next month is the 5th game, Dual Destinies. I'll even freaking make a sticky note whenever I do that case. I'll put something along the lines of, yes, the Sexy Clown is in this case. You can shut up now. Nah, I won't add that last part. But anyway, I joke. Everyone's got an opinion, and they just talk and nothing gets decided. Kind of like you, Apollo. I'm not that bad. Am I? In any case, we're going to give it a shot. A test, if you will. I don't like tests. We'll take a case as a sample and choose 6 jurists. I'll be the one helping with that process, incidentally. Helping? How? Well, for one, I'll be chair of the Juris System Simulated Court Committee. The chair constructs the ideal situation, choosing the case, the jurist candidates, even the judge and the courtroom. Wow, it's like you have a real job. I was never that good at the piano, to be honest. Once a lawyer, always a lawyer, I guess. The trial's tomorrow, by the way. Don't miss it. The trial simulation, that is. A simulation, huh? Sounds interesting. So, what kind of case is the trial simulation about? Well, since it is the first run through of a new system, I wanted something simple. Good thinking. No sense wearing yourself out on something too serious. True. The case is a murder. I mean, every single case so far, up until now, has been a murder. I mean, in the third game, first it was a robbery, and then Godot shows up and is like, "Good job on solving the bank, excuse me, the robbery." Oh, but LOL, there was a murder. Go solve it. Trite. Anyway, true, the case is a murder. That's not simple at all. By simple, did you mean that the defendant is guilty? Yes, most likely. So, good luck, Apollo. With what? With the trial tomorrow. You're defending, of course. Recall that I said it had something to do with you. Go for it, Apollo. It's just a test case anyway. No sweat. Yeah, but there's still a verdict to be decided. And a potentially serious sentence. The most serious. In a worst case scenario. You mean the verdict's for real? That's not a test trial. That's a real trial. All the forms have been filed. There's no turning back now. The trial begins tomorrow at 10 a.m. Hope you can make room in your schedule. Why am I only hearing about this now? Ah, yes. There was a change this morning. I picked a new case. Eh? Something that happened last night. Valent Ramari? Hey, Apollo, I know you're all excited about that secret mission, but what about this? The Troop Grimari Grand Magic Show. Huh? Oh, right, the card tricks. They're not card tricks. They're grand illusions, miracles, the apocalypse. Heaven and earth will shake. So what? That's 3 whole days from now. It's at Sunshine Coliseum. Let's go. Let's go today. We can say hi to Uncle Valent. Have fun. What? I can't go by myself. You know I'm not very outgoing. Right. Why not go with her? But what about the secret mission? Oh, don't worry about that. You'll hear all about it tomorrow, regardless. I don't trust that smile. He knows something that he's not telling me. Yippee! Now you can take me to the Coliseum. I suppose it wouldn't kill me to pop over there. Ah, Gramari. That reminds me. What's this, Daddy? Isn't that Silk Cat the Gramari seal? Consider it a birthday present, Trucy. Thanks, it's great. But today isn't my birthday. Good point. What day is it today, Apollo? Huh? Today? I think it's Recycle Your Plastics Day. Then it's a Recycle Your Plastics present. Yippee! So it's plastic. I've given up trying to understand them. It's much easier that way. So what is it? Can I open it, Daddy? No. Uh-oh. This is the first time we see Phoenix's serious face. No. Damn. Huh? You'll need that envelope someday. Someday soon. Don't open it until then. Oh, ellipsis. Well, why don't you just hold on? Why don't you just hold on to it until then? Because that would be the logical thing to do. Grammari envelope obtained. An envelope about the Grammaris, huh? Let's check out the envelope. Envelope from Mr. Wright. Do not open until the time is right. Ah, looky here. A handwritten signature. It says, I can't read it. That seems odd to me. I mean, isn't a signature intended to show ownership? What's the use if no one can read it? What's the use if no one can read it? Isn't it enough if you can read your own? Oh, I never thought of it that way. Okay. Okay, we can't do nothing with this for now. Let's talk about the trial simulation. All right, so what case are you going to use? You really want to know, don't you? Of course I do. I mean, I'm going to be defending, aren't I? If all goes well, then yes. Of course, this is just a test. This is a test. We want everyone to start without preconceptions. A blank slate. A blank slate, as it were. There's a difference between having a blank slate and just being totally clueless. Whose dumb idea was that anyway? Well, mine. Committee chair, remember? Oh. Well, if you want to know that badly, I suppose I could give you permission to examine the scene of the crime. Good, that's better. But you can't talk to anyone involved with the case. What? Then how am I supposed to defend? You let me worry about the details there. Remember, I'm in charge of this trial. All of it. But you don't want it to backfire. Don't, do you? Apollo, if I am in charge of the whole trial, that means the entire affair is my responsibility. For good or for bad. There's that scary look again. When Phoenix gets serious, he gets pretty damn scary. I mean, anybody with like a serious look, you know? Just do what you can. And don't worry, I know what I'm doing. All right, I'd recommend going down to the detention center. Your client's waiting for you. You can ask about the scene there. But you just said I couldn't talk to anyone involved. Oh, you can talk to your client if you can get her to talk. Well, time's a wasting. All right, everybody, we can finally get on out of here to the detention center. Do-do-do-do. October 7th, detention center, visitors room. Ellipsis, ellipsis. That's 20 minutes we've been waiting here. 20 minutes. Maybe I should complain? I'm sure that guard has better things to do than stand there pretending he doesn't see us. You know, the minute we get angry, the client will show. It always works that way. Like shouting, "Oh, waiter," and they're standing right behind you. "Oh, guard, is our client going to be much longer?" What are you talking about? Haven't you already started the meeting yet? Huh? Uh, hello? Eek! Where'd you come from? Ellipsis? Well, Anyway, please have a seat. Oh, look, everybody. It's our client. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. I'm nervous, Apollo. It's the silence. It builds suspense. Why don't you do something, Trucy? You're a magician, aren't you? That's right. Okay. I'm the amazing Mr. Hat. Uh-oh. Eek! She passed out. Hmm. Miss Magic Underwear might have been a better bet. That's magic panties, Apollo. No, please. Ah. I like this track. I've already said this before, but this is my personal favorite detention center theme. The security camera stares down from the ceiling, all seeing, unblinking. Not that I'm nervous or anything. The same old security guard is glaring at us. He winked. Maybe he's not such a bad guy after all. Nah, he's cool. See this here? Does it ring any bells? Does anything I say ring anything? Yeah. She's gonna be a little difficult for now. Alright, I just wanted to get any extra dialogue. Alright, let's talk about introductions. Hi. Well, I'm your defense. I really think it has to be fate, you know. Ellipsis. And by fate, I mean destiny. Did you know I'm good with astrology? Tell me, what's your sign? Ellipsis. I can tell you mine if you'd like, Apollo. No, never mind. I just got carried away there. I seem destined to get difficult clients, it seems. Phoenix Wright, Walkie Hitaki, and freaking Machi Tobai. Nah, but I like her. She's awesome. Just a heads up. Your name? So what's your name? Ellipsis. Oh, right. I'm supposed to introduce myself first. I'm Apollo. Apollo Justice. Ellipsis. And I'm Trucy Wright. I know. This is getting nowhere fast. The case? Hey, I know. Maybe you could tell us what happened? I'm your defense attorney after all. Ellipsis. Anything out of the ordinary happened lately? Ellipsis. Well, the other day, this tourist from out of town stopped to ask me directions. Later, Trucy. I feel like I need to ask directions myself here. Well, that was fruitless. Though I think I understand despair a little better now. You did good, Apollo. Ellipsis. Look, she's doing her nails. What? Are nails more important than defense? Is that it? Let's go, Trucy. Excuse me. Oh, she spoke. Could you? Could you read this? Sure. I feel like a teenager on the first date. And this is the love letter we passed from desk to desk at school. Stop looking so wistful and read it, Apollo. It's a business card with a name and address. The name is Vera Mission. The address is for Drew Studio. Vera's card added to the court record. Defendant's business card. The address for Drew Studio is on the front. And you're giving me this card because? Ellipsis. Damn. Ellipsis. Well, looks like we're finished here. I wonder if Drew's studio is the scene of the crime. Let's go find out. Well, we're on our way out now. All right, everybody, to Drew's studio. Da-da-da. October 7th, Drew's studio. Ah, this music. A little unsettling. Wow, this looks like, it looks like a studio. It's like life imitating art. Or maybe it's the other way around. But the tape on the ground there, it's a bit jarring. Yeah, looks like we found our crime scene. Apollo, look at all those paintings. Hey, don't touch those. It's okay, I'm just looking. Art. Huh? Apollo, look at this one. Looks half finished. You can still see the rough sketch underneath. But that's odd. The rough part doesn't look like the rest of the painting at all. Yeah, good point. That is odd. Drew Misham's paintings added to the court record. All the paintings have a really different style, too. Ah, I thought I might find you two here. A long time no see. Oh, seems like I run into you far too often. I'll bet I know why you're here, too. You know about that trial simulation tomorrow? I've heard about it, sure. So Mr. Wright chose you, huh? We don't even know what the case is about. Well, he was killed. The artist who owns the studio, that is. Mr. Drew Mission. Mission. And his daughter was put under arrest. Yeah, we just saw her at the detention center. It was funny though. She seemed more like a victim than the kind of person who could commit murder. You don't say. Not even by poisoning? That's how it was done, you know. Poisoning's a common way to get the job done. When the murderer is a woman. Yeah, like one Dahlia Hawthorne who tried to poison Diego Armando. Then he was reborn as Godot, even though he was, you know, technically dead for a long time. He was a ghost. Poisoning? Anyway, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright told me you'd be coming. Feel free to take a look around. I'll be over here with my Stakus. We can't talk to anyone related to the case this time around. Which means we better find out as much as we can here at the scene. Or else. So, before we check this entire studio, there's a lot to find here, by the way. The victim. So, this Drew Mission was some kind of artist? Apparently. Did a lot of illustrations for books, I hear. Had a lot of female fans, too, for what it's worth. Oh? Well, I guess his stuff is kind of pretty. Like that oil painting over there, for instance. Yeah, that wasn't one of his illustrations, actually. Huh? So it was a standalone painting or something? Is that what she means? He was an odd bird, Misham. Hadn't shown his face to anyone until the end. What do you mean to anyone? He was always locked up here in this studio, apparently. His only connection to the outside world was through letters he put in that letterbox there. Letters? Do people still write letters? Yes. What do you mean, Apollo? I mean, when was the last time you wrote a real letter? Don't most people use email and stuff these days? Yes. Not Mr. Mission. Couldn't stand technology, it seems. He did everything by mail. Maybe he thought that way was more artistic, you know? Letterbox has been added to the court record. In any case, the only person beside him allowed in here, besides him, hold up. In any case, the only person besides him allowed in here was his daughter Vera. Oh, you mean the killer? The suspect, please. We took some fingerprints, of course. The only ones found in the room were Mr. Misham's and Vera's, basically. Basically, actually, last night, Mr. Misham gave an interview to a reporter for the first time. It happened during the interview, apparently. His first interview ever? Could you tell us a bit more about what happened the night of the murder? Before we do that, let's check the paintings. The portrait, obtained at Drew's studio. That bit in the middle is supposed to be a person. Well, what do we have here? It looks like a person thinking about something. Maybe they're worried? Like, what should I have for supper, a hot dog or a hamburger? You know, I've always wondered about that. Why is there supper and dinner? Are they different meals or the same thing? Maybe that's what this person's thinking about. Okay, we're gonna check the other painting. An undersea scene in vivid colors. Is that a puffer fish? Apollo, that's clearly a porcupine fish. They're not the same thing. You know what gets me? They've got all these needles, right? But what's protecting that soft spot in the lower belly there? Nothing. Must remember to keep Trucy away from small, round fish. Okay. Only half finished. The rough sketch is visible. No clues here. Paula, look at this painting. You can see the rough sketch. Oh, looks like it was only half completed. Huh? That's funny. Do the rough sketch and the finished painting look totally different to you, too? They do, actually. What's that all about? Okay. Letterbox. Drew Mission's contact with the outside world. It's empty. Okay. Let's talk about the defendant. Oh, before we do that, Phoenix Wright, Trucy Wright, Vera Misham, the defendant, accused of poisoning her father, Drew Mission. Did preliminary research on the case. Drew Mission, painter known for his illustrations, poisoned at Drew's studio. The defendant. So this woman, Vera, she's Mr. Misham's daughter, right? Yep, a real sickly girl. Ever since she was little. Hardly ever went outside. She did kind of give off a withdrawn sort of aura. She was homeschooled by her father, apparently. It was quite a scene when they took her to the detention center. She was screaming about how she'd die if they took her outside. That does sound like a scene. In the end, she agreed to leave if she was allowed her good luck charm for company. Her good luck charm? Apparently, she has this charm that magically gives her the courage to go outside. Why can't I ever get a normal client? But why would a shut-in daughter kill her own dad? Don't look at me. So about the poison, it was found to be in his coffee, right? No, not precisely. Not precisely? What does that mean? It means see for yourself, I think. The night of the crime. Like I said, last night was the first time someone from the outside came into the studio. I guess mysterious painters who never go outside make for good articles. And it just so happened that he died the night of his first interview at around 9 p.m. every night. Vera always made him a cup of coffee. Last night, he drank his usual coffee and suddenly became violently ill. And died? She poisoned him on the night of his interview? Wouldn't the reporter see? He wasn't near Mr. Misham when she brought her father his coffee. He was checking out some equipment in the back of the room. Supposedly, that's why she didn't notice he was there. It was the reporter who called the police, in fact. Wait, but why is she the suspect? If anyone's suspicious, it's the reporter. Yet the reporter never got near Mr. Misham's coffee. Even Vera acknowledges that. Regardless, I want to know more about this reporter. Alright, before we do that, we got enough out of Emma for now, I think. Hold on. Let's present stuff. Emma, I was wondering if you could take a look at this. Look, I'm a detective. You can't just ask me any old thing and expect an answer, okay? I think you need to be a little more focused in your inquiries. Scientifically, even. Somehow I knew she'd get around to science. Emma, about this painting. Oh, that? Quite good, isn't it? That's not what I wanted to ask you about. You want to examine it, is that it? I'd be happy to let you, if you had a good reason. But without that, sorry. I guess she wants us to do a little footwork on our own first. Yep. Alright, let's examine this entire studio. Hey! There's a painting hidden back there. Here. Hey, you're right. What if it's embarrassing somehow, and he didn't want anyone to see it? You certainly seem pleased by the possibility. Huh? It's so normal. That's hardly something to get mad about. Huh? What is it, Apollo? Well, doesn't this painting look like... Never mind. I better get a professional opinion on this. Hidden painting added to the court record. Notable for the large plum in the background. That looks like this painting that we found. Look, that's the rough sketch. Yep, look at that. Let's take a look. Hey, Apollo, this painting, I know it. Huh? Really? It's that story where the old woman is doing the wash the river, and this giant peach comes floating down. Uh, Floating on down. That might possibly be the strangest thing I've ever heard. Alright, that letterbox looks funny sitting inside a room like this. Let's take a look. Empty. The other half of that letterbox is actually connected to the outside of the studio. Mr. Mission would put his letters in there, and the postman took them away. Impressive that someone still writes letters in this day and age. Or wrote, rather. I mean, it's still happening, Trucy. It's still happening. I wouldn't mind taking a closer look at those paintings. I just love oils. You know how they're so thick? Is that the word? These paints are all dry. I'm just surprised at how different these all are. Yeah, what's going on with this half-finished one? It must have been a work in progress. You can still see the rough sketch below. That's what's so weird. The sketched part doesn't really fit the finished parts. I noticed. That is weird. Okay, let's check this now. Ah, that's the victim's coffee mug. Aha, so the poison was in here. This is my first time seeing a real poison mug of coffee. I would hope so. He looks poisoned coffee? Not exactly, actually. What do you mean? No traces of poison were found in the coffee. What? You'll have to figure out the rest yourself. I'm officially not on your side after all. The coffee mug has been added to the court record. The victim's last cup of coffee. The side of the cup reads Misham. Misham. I'll check it after. I imagine this coffee cup was for guests to use. Guests? Did the police already analyze this cup too? Not a trace of poison was found on that cup. So the killer was after Drew Misham alone. Meek, Pavo, that's where the body was. That's the spot where Mr. Drew Misham passed away. He put the coffee mug to his lips, and the next moment, there's quite a bit of paint on the ground. See that half-painted paint there? He must have been working on that right up to the moment he died. Wow, true artist to the end. Or maybe he started it a year ago and was procrastinating. Gee. Alright. Now we're going to check the other side of the studio. Right here. Whoa, look at this, all this stuff. What is all this equipment here for? It doesn't look very artistic, really. He had everything from a lathe to a laser cutter. Looks like he was ready to work on metals and wood, too. Though his equipment's a bit old, to tell the truth. Why would a painter need all this? From the dust, I'd say he hasn't used this stuff for years. This corner doesn't fit with the rest of the studio. Oh, do you think I could borrow this? I want to cut a quarter in half to make a trick coin. This is a crime scene, Trucy. But these cost like 50 bucks at the magic shop. Alright, that's a lot of equipment. Look at all these paints, Apollo. There's so many. He's got like 20 kinds of red. We can repaint your suit, Apollo. How about the shade of green? That'll be enough of that, thanks. Oh, look at that, everybody. Look at this statue. It's doing a point. Let's take a closer look at this desk here. Something about the way that figure is posed. I've seen that pose before. It's you, Apollo. See? You're making one of your flamboyant gestures. Nope. Not Maya's daughter. Um, just a reminder, Chuck. Um, Yesterday, um, when we talked to Valet Gramari, we found out about Trucy's real father. Um, yeah. But due to circumstances, well, Phoenix is taking care of Trucy. Trucy's not really Phoenix's daughter by blood. She, yeah. We'll find out all about it tomorrow. Please, I am a professional. I wonder why it's posed like that. Coincidence? So this is Drew Mijam? And this little girl must be Vera. Yes, they took that some years ago. They look close. A happy little family. Until you arrested his daughter. Ah. Look, I was personally against that, okay? She just didn't seem very suspicious, scientifically speaking. Uh-huh, right. Is this a journal? Wow, talk about a clue. Let's read it. What is it, Apollo? He didn't write the name of the killer, did he? He didn't write the name of the killer, did he? It's new. He didn't write a single line. You had me going for a while there. Hey, Apollo, what's this feather thingy? Isn't that a pen? Like an old-fashioned quill pen? But it doesn't have a pointy end. That was most likely for sweeping detritus off the desk. Wow, you sure know a lot, Emma. Bold and scientific. That's my motto. Exactly what about that was bold or scientific? She loves science. This envelope has been opened and resealed. Ooh, I know how to do that. You take a pot of boiling water and hold the envelope up to the steam. The glue melts and it opens. Cool, huh? Whoever did this wasn't so delicate. You're right. Looks like they just ripped it open, stuck it back together. Huh? The postmark on this letter is from 7 years ago. 7 years ago. Why would someone open the letter? Let's seal it again. I better hang on to this. Red envelope added to the court record. We will be checking that soonish. Ooh, cute. Look at the tiny frame, Apollo. Tiny is right. That thing's barely 2 inches high. What picture would fit in that? None, apparently. It's empty. There's no glass in it either. What's it doing sitting on the desk? This is a lesson for us all. Be sure to check the size when you buy frames. Alright. We checked everything on this table. We're going to check one more little thing over here. Oh, wait. We did. Oh, over here. Is this desk for painting, Apollo? That would be a drafting table. Drafting? Basically, it's a tool for making precise diagrams. Wow, painting is harder than I thought. Why would a painter need a drafting table? Was he an architect too? Architect. Okay. All right. We have checked the entire studio, I believe. Yep, we did. All right. Now we're going to check our evidence right now. Our new ones that we got. All right. We're going to check this coffee cup. Hey, look there. That stain doesn't look so healthy, Apollo. That must be the Blue Mountain stuff we've been hearing about. Something tells me that even Blue Mountain coffee isn't this blue. No, the stain is probably... better ask Emma. And we shall. We will ask Emma momentarily. And we're going to check this red envelope. Found in the victim's desk drawer. Appears to have been opened once and resealed. There it is. Hang on. Apollo, look! It's been opened once here. You're right. I wonder if there's some way we can see what's inside. Should I try to get it open and then stick it back shut? Let's not tamper with the evidence, shall we? I've got a better idea. Emma, let's ask her. And we shall. We're going to present these new pieces of evidence to Emma now. And it's okay to do this. Present. First and foremost, we're going to present the coffee cup to Emma. Emma, about this mug. There's a pale blue, residue on the rim. Eh? Ah, that. Yes, well, it's just a rumor. But I've heard there's a kind of coffee called Blue Mountain. I'm pretty sure it isn't actually blue, Emma. Ah, right. Okay, you got me. That's left over from my testing spray. Forensic science! I knew your hobby was behind this somehow, Emma. It's not a hobby. So what kind of scientific stuff were you up to? This spray, that's what. It turns blue when it touches poison. So the poison that killed the victim was on this mug? That's right, see? It wasn't in the coffee. The killer applied it to the rim of the mug itself. Wow, science is amazing. It certainly is helpful. Maybe Emma'd be willing to help us out a bit more. You should try buttering her up, Apollo. They say flattery will get you everywhere. It's certainly worth talking to her a bit more. All right, now we're going to present the red envelope. Emma, about this. Oh, that. Yes, why, that's a bright red envelope. She sure is jumpy. Someone opened this, didn't they? My lips are sealed. Your lips are sealed? That's a first. You mean you know what's inside the envelope? Sure. I read it, after all. Ah, you mean you were the one who ripped this open? Ha, please. I would have steamed it open. But she did sneak a peek at it, apparently. Know what I have? Know that I have a powerful weapon on my side. Weapon? Yes. The use of tools. Highly specialized tools for information gathering. Tools I wouldn't mind getting my hands on. You should try flattering her, Apollo. They say a little praise can open big doors. Never heard that one. But it's good advice. Let's try talking to her some more. Alright, now let's talk up a storm with Emma about the forensic science. I bet Emma could help us out here. Don't forget, Flattery will get you everywhere with her, Apollo. Huh? What are you two whispering about? Well, I was thinking. I mean, what is it we always do when we run into you at a crime scene? What is it we always do, scientifically? Ah, you know me too well. Okay. Okay, meaning we can get, scientific now? Oh, I suppose. Just this once. Bring me anything you find suspicious, and we'll check it out. All right. Well, it's time. And here we go. Present the coffee mug to Emma. Again. Emma, about this mug. There's a pale blue, residue on the rim. That. Yes, it's just a rumor. Huh? Let me see. I'm pretty sure it was actually blue, Emma. Ah, right. Okay, you got me. That's left over from my testing spray. Forensic science. I knew your I knew your hobby was behind this somehow, Emma. It's not a hobby. So what kind of scientific stuff were you up to? Oh, wait, she's telling me the same thing. That's right, see? It wasn't in the coffee. Mm-hmm. Maybe Emma be willing to help us out a bit more. Uh-huh. Okay. About poison analysis. Okay, there it is. I was afraid you were going to ask about that. See, this solution is used to test for atroquinine. Huh? Atroquinine, the deadly poison found in the autopsy. Uh-oh. I know that spark in her eyes. She's getting excited. Best thread lightly. It's one of the most virulent poisons, but it's absorbed into the body astonishingly slow. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. Oh, and guess what? Recent research has shown that's fine, really. We don't need to know all the gory details. I think I get it. You just spray this stuff on something you want to test, right? Precisely. You could even find the slightest trace of poison with this. I want to try too, Emma. Pretty please. You don't have to ask twice. I already used it on everything suspicious, of course. Yay, let's give it a whirl, Apollo. Ah! What are you doing? I was just seeing if I got a reaction off of you. How is this for a reaction? Never do that again. I'm not poisonous. Tell that to those hapless witnesses on the stand. Let's just get down to checking for real poisons, shall we? Alright. Let me see. Think hang on. Let me go back. Let's see. I seem to have forgotten where I had the spray. Oh, wait, I have to go back to the coffee cup. Hang on. I'm pretty sure I'm spraying in the right direction. Oh, I have to do this now. Too bad, no reaction there. I'm sure Emma checked out all the likely spots. Wait a second. What is it, Apollo? Yeah, it's this trigger. Did you spray that little desk over there? I don't think so. The spray probably can't reach that far, you know? Let's check it out, just to be sure. That's a good guess, Chuck. But yeah, I forgot. First, I was supposed to get the spray everywhere like a fool, and then I have to back out and then do this next part. That was the trigger. It's silly. There it is. Eek! A reaction, Apollo? Ah! Where? Where? The inside of that cute little frame. Look! Well, would you look at that? Nice going, Trucy. I'm known to work magic. Never mind that I was the one who found it. Tiny frame was added to the court record. Frame measuring 2 inches by 2 inches. Bears traces of deadly poison. Atroquinine. I thought it was quinine, but no, it's quinine. Why would the inside of that frame have poison on it? It looks like we found the only other place that was poisoned in any case. That is weird. Very, very weird that we found, you know. Let's check our evidence real quick. We're going to check this tiny frame. Looks like you have to take this back part off first to put a photo inside. It'd have to be a really small photo to fit in there. True. And that pale bluish stain. Why would there be poison on something like this? Well, there's one obvious reason. Whoever put poison in the coffee rubbed a bit on here too. That's not very obvious, Trucy. Alright. Okay, though. Alright, the next step is to present the, whatchamacallit. You gotta present the envelope now. Emma, about this. Oh, that. Yes, why, that's a bright red envelope. She sure is jumpy. Someone opened this, didn't they? My lips are sealed. Your lips, that's a first. You mean you know what's inside the envelope? Yeah. Alright, this is the same text. Yes, the use of tools. Uh-huh. About that envelope we found. I was wondering if you could help us out with that tool you were mentioning. You want to know about my tool, do you? It's called an X-ray analyzer. X-ray? Like the X-rays you get at the dentist? That's right. At least that's what I call it. Huh? It has a real name, but it's much more complicated. The X-ray spectralization. Specialization. Something. How am I supposed to remember all that? So basically, it lets you see inside things, like envelopes. That's right. You're sharp, Trucy, but it's a bit more complicated than that. In practice, of course. Actually, to tell the truth, I'm not really sure how it works scientifically. Can I try it out, Emma, please? Oh, I suppose. Of course, I've already checked out everything suspicious myself. All right, let's give it a spin, Apollo. Yar, what are you doing? Oh, just see if I can see through your hair. But it's like lead. Point that thing at me anymore, and it might all fall out. Then I wouldn't need an x-ray machine to see through it. Let's just get down to business, shall we? Right, let's test it on a sample first. It just so happens that I have a lottery ticket here. We're scanning a lottery ticket. Okay. You set the sample in the device like so. I don't see anything. Patience. There's no need to get all antsy. Look at the right side of the screen. That's the layer view of the envelope. Layer view? You've got it set to display the outside of the envelope now. See? Actually, it's quicker to just have you give it a try. Turn the dial there with up, left, down, right for me, would you? That's right. That's how you choose what depth you want to scan. Hey, I got something. See? That's how you can read the letters on the ticket inside. Cool, huh? Except I can't read them. Just turn the dial a little more. What you have to understand is that a sheet of paper isn't really flat at all. When you zoom in on that much, you see that paper is like a bunch of hills and valleys. Wow, really? This X-ray device uses a beam with a wavelength of only 0.05 microns. It breaks cards down into thin layers, so it can only show what's written on that layer. I'm not entirely following you, but that's good, is it, if you can't read anything? That's why we go on to step 2. Try rubbing the image a bit, if you would. Rubbing? Like going over the image with WASD while holding space? Alright. There. That fixes the image on the screen. Now turn the dial again, just a little. Good. Now you can rub this image to fix it too. Hey, I get it. We just keep doing this until we've got the whole thing. Exactly, not bad. Neat, let's do some more. Alright. So we got... Oh, okay, and now... Oh, wait. There we go. And then a little bit more. Oh, wait, I'm darkening it. Oh, I see. I see how it works. I'm going through the layers. There it goes. Yeah, I forgot. This was a fun... Man. Alright. And then a little bit more. There we go. Yeah, this is fun. Oh, 0049, you lose. Okay, let's print this one out. Ouch, you lose. At least you know where you stand, eh? Anyway, now you see the true hidden power of my weapon. Neat, huh? Now let's try it out on the real thing, shall we? This is cool. All right, we gotta. There we go. This is so fun. And then a little bit more. There we go. I got the hang of it again. Reminder, this is my third time ever playing through this game. Oh, look at that. We're getting something, everybody. Oh boy. Okay, let's print this one out. Mr. Drew Mission. I've deposited the $100,000 in the designated account. Please send a receipt once you've confirmed the transfer. Oh boy. Someone deposited $100,000 into Mr. Misham's account? His paintings must be really valuable. There's another page in there. Care to take a look? You bet I do. If you're going to read someone's mail, you might as well read it all. Here goes with the second page then. Yeah, this is fun. There we go. This is so fun. Okay, let's print this one out. Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. Whoa. So it was a letter about payment for one of his payments. Why all the secrecy though? And what? Why was this letter the only one in here? It's 7 years old, right? Maybe it had some special significance to him? Well, Emma? Well, indeed. Ellipsis. She knows something she's not telling us. Looks like she's keeping mum about it. The red envelope has been updated in the court record. Found in the victim's desk drawer. Contains 2 sheets of writing paper. So, Emma, I was wondering, what's the story about this reporter that came here for a story the night of the crime? Ah, I'm afraid I can't tell you, because he's going to be a witness tomorrow, I hear. I thought so. I'll never forget that face. But what was his name? Oh, right. Brushel. Brushel. He's after a scoop to sell to the papers. So a reporter comes for an interview with a painter. His first interview ever. And that night he's killed. Seems strange to you? Really strange. It does raise a few questions. I like to speak with this reporter if I could. Well, I hear he's on the beat today. I hear he's on the beat today, too. He said something about covering a magician. Magician? Well, if it's not Trucy, that leaves only one other person. It wasn't Valakramari by any chance, was it? Yeah, something like that. He's got some big show lined up, I hear. So he's out interviewing Valakramari. Looks like I'll be heading out to that Coliseum again sooner than I thought. Here, I'll give you that reporter's card if you want. Brussels card has been added to the court record. This business card reads Spark Brussel, freelance journalist. All right. Oh, look at that. I can look at the pages whenever I want, which is cool. And now, let's check out the card. I guess you gotta have a good business card if you work freelance. Really? What's this? A camera lens finder. Do reporters take photos too? I guess if he's freelance, he'd have to. Maybe you should try being a prosecutor and a defense attorney. You'd always win. Why don't I become a rock star too while I'm at it? Stick with what you know, Apollo. Oh god, look at this. Oh no. Top dollar for information. This is a rough idea of what Spark Brussel looks like, everyone. And when you take a look at this character that I'm about to meet soonish, I don't know, you'll see. You'll see. You will see. Hang on. Alright. We shall leave Emma alone to eat her snackoos, and we are off to our next destination, which would be the Sunshine Coliseum. October 7th, Sunshine Coliseum. Woohoo! This is it, Apollo. The place where magic and dreams converge. Just a while ago, it was the place where murder and nightmares converged. Yeah, yesterday. Let's go say hi to Uncle Valiant. What about the case? Wah! Only a performer laughs like that. The young Miss Trucy. How often I hoped we'd meet again, only to tell myself it was an impossible dream. Uncle Valiant, how's it going? I'm glad to see you too. Of course you are. Humility is definitely not one of his strongest traits. Well, Miss Trucy, how does the day find you? If you've come to give me flowers, do it after the show, I beg you. Actually, we came to wish you good luck. And congratulations on your big magic show. Oh, but it is I who wish to congratulate you. Not everyone is so lucky as to witness miracles, such as the ones I shall perform. Yeah, you're amazing. We get the picture. The world will watch in wonderment as magnifies illusions are reborn. Here on stage, by my head. Alright. They've changed the sign once since our last case. It was all Gaviners back then, wasn't it? I hope nothing bizarre and mysterious happens this time. But it shall! Why, the show itself will be bizarre and mysterious, I assure you. I don't have a problem with mystery as long as it's legal. I don't think lawyers and magicians were really meant to have conversations like this. Look, Apollo, a balloon! A hot air balloon! With the Grimari seal on it, no less. Well, this is a long-awaited revival, after all. And it's been 7 years, you know. I've spent plenty of time, and a pretty penny, on promotion. I hope it's a huge success, Uncle Valiant. Oh, I intend for it to be nothing less, I assure you. They both sure seem excited about it. I guess it's a big deal for magicians. Oh, look, it's the blue badger. Hey, that creature there. He was handing out balloons during our last case, too. He's not a creature, Apollo. Poor guy. Oh, sorry. Was I mean somehow? Yes. You know how hot it is inside one of those suits? He's stuck in there, with only the smell of his own sweat to keep him company. On the verge of passing out, he hands out each balloon as though it were his last. Kind of takes the fun out of seeing the blue badger. You know, I thought this at the time of the Gaviner's concert too, but this Coliseum is just way too big. It's huge. It's got a big sounding name too. Sunshine Coliseum, was it? Ah ha 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 ha. Would you like to hear what the grand finale of the show in 3 days will be? What, really? Yeah, yeah. The grand finale will be nothing other than... Don't tell me. You're going to make the Colosseum disappear, right? Ah! Oh, oops. Looks like I was right. Ellipsis. Apollo, I can't believe you use your power of perception on something like this. It was just a wild guess, really. Wait a minute. Oh, I was just reminded of Maurice Donem. Lord. Is that? Oh, it looks like Missile. But it's just like, nah, it's just a dog. I still think this little... God, it looks like Maya so much, but not really. That's okay. Alright. Let's talk to Valent. Ah ha 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 ha. A challenge, is it? You want me to make that disappear? Very well. Give it to me. Ah, no thanks. Are all magicians like this? Apollo, what was that look just now? I was just thinking how hard it is to get any information out of a magician. Okay. Let's talk to Valent. The big magic show. Everyone's talking about the big magic show. Is it true that the Grammari miracle is back after a 7-year absence? Miss Trucy, I must apologize. This show and this honor should have been his. Daddy. My co-magician in training, Zach Grammari. If that terrible thing hadn't. It's okay. Your father was a great magician, Trucy. If he were alive, then I, Valence Grammari, would have been proud to stand upon this stage as his assistant. Thanks, Uncle Valent. You know, I'm happy you're doing the show. To think we get to see the great Magnifies illusions again. She really is looking forward to this, isn't she? Magnify Grammari. My mentor, the magnificent Magnify Grammari, was a true deity among magicians. A creator god who gave birth to magic and illusions that defied our very imaginations. I was so little when I last saw one, but I still remember his shows. He did wheelies in a sports car through the air above the audience, and then sped off to outer space, faster than the speed of sound. I'm guessing that memory was a bit embellished. For 7 long years, the world has been waiting for a miracle to match his. As heir to the Grammari troops' secrets, it falls to me to provide one. It is my God-given destiny. Yes, you, nameless face who speaks for the nameless masses. How can I help you? If the world was waiting, why did you hold off for 7 long years? It appears the lad is uninformed. He sure is. Perhaps you have heard of the magic known as law, which governs our land? I have, though I'm not sure it qualifies as magic. The performance of Magnify's miracle was impossible. A certain law prevented it for 7 years, but no more. 7 years. That phrase sure likes to pop up, doesn't it? Yes, Apollo, it does. It totally doesn't have anything to do with Phoenix Wright or anything. Nope, nope, nope. It does. And why was that? A little matter called performance rights, Miss Trucy. Performance rights. Can you tell us about these performance rights? Magnify's magic relied on an incredibly innovative idea, a trick, if you will. That trick was considered his property, and as such, was protected by property laws. Intellectual property, baby. Magnify knew this and bequeathed it in his will to one person. You mean him? Yes, Miss Trucy, it was your father. Zach Gramari was the inheritor of the Gramari miracle. Daddy. Yet, as you well know, he is gone. He disappeared suddenly 7 years ago. I think I see where this story is going. I do. Once a person is classified missing for a certain period of time, they're considered legally deceased, correct? In all absoluteness, those rolled up sleeves conceal your competence well, young man. That certain period of time of which you speak is 7 years. Yes, Miss Trucy. No, it pains me to say it. This past spring, April to be precise, was the time your father was legally declared deceased. In the absence of a formal will, the secrets of our mighty mentor, Magnify, passed to me. This was, in fact, stipulated in the will by Magnify himself. Is that how it works, Apollo? Yeah, it's called death in absentia. He's declared missing, permanently. Daddy. Oh. Alright. Ah ha 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 ha. A challenge is it? Oh. Okay. Alright, he's gonna say the same thing, I think, for irrelevant evidence, of course. I think. Yeah. I just want to see if there was like a special reaction to that. Okay, it's time to progress the story. We're gonna show him the Gramari envelope. I was wondering if you could tell me about this. Aha, why, that bears the Gramari seal. Uncle Valiant, is something wrong? Juicy, where did you get this? Uh-oh. First time we see Valiant looking worried there. Huh? Daddy gave it to me. Your daddy? Your daddy? My partner? Zach Ramart? No, no, no. My other daddy, Phoenix Wright. Why now? Why would your Lord Daddy? Lord Daddy? Lord Daddy? That's kind of stretching the whole archaic thing a bit. This signature upon the back. Do you recognize it? That belongs to none other than Zach Gramari. What? Daddy signed this? Might I be so bold as to open it? I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that. Hmm. Ah, ah. What's in this envelope, I wonder? Huh. Now we shall show him Brussels card. So a journalist was hearing a story? All eyes in the universe are upon my stage. All pens seek to commit its mysteries to paper. His name is Brushel. Brushel, 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 Brushel. I think he remembers him. He doesn't look too happy about it. Brushel, that cloying smell of mint when he smiles. Yes. Ah, he knows him apparently. Could you tell us more about him? What did he want? All right. Oh, let's check out our. Okay. His overly loquacious manner can get annoying. Nah, I like Violet. Mr. Brushel, journalist. A man by that name called on me just now. Just now? Valent's vision is always toward tomorrow. Valent's feet step always forward. That is all. That's all? Very confusing. I am to perform a big magic show, yes? I wanted someone to cover it. Yet, he had ears only for that incident. That incident? In any case, I requested that the rapacious reporter remove himself. So a painter has died. What of it? It is but a footnote in the footlights compared to the magic of Gurmari. Uncle Valiant, do you know where the reporter went? I recommend he visit that place popular with penalized perpetrators. The detention center? He was a rude individual. Might I see that card? Sure. He would tear apart my respectability. I will tear apart him. Oh, here it comes, Apollo. Uncle Valent's big magic trick. Is he going to fix the card? Not sure that qualifies as big magic. What happened to the big magic? Ah ha 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 ha. It is not more miraculous for it to stay ripped. He must have really not liked that journalist. Now the time has come when I must return to make my prestigitation preparations. Pres- By your leave, Miss Trucy. Thanks, Uncle Valiant. 3 days from now, make ready for a miracle. What do you think that journalist was after? And why did Valiant react like this to this envelope? Why did Valiant react like that to this envelope? I think it's time to pay the detention center another visit. You're right, Trucy. You're right, Trucy doll, as Guy Eldoon would say. Back to the Drew studio. Oh, wait. From the Drew studio, I can go to the detention center. Yeah. Again, they should have just made it so that it was just one big menu just to, like, but it's okay. I understand. October 7th, detention center, visitor's room. I think I hear what you're saying. We're all doing it for the money. End quote. No, 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 no. Not at all. Looks like someone's already meeting here. Maybe that reporter? Oh no. Hey there. How you doing? Who might you be? Looking at this guy feels a little uncanny valley. I almost feel like he doesn't even belong in this game. Ah, sorry. We didn't know someone was already here. I'm Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Talk about a nervous monkey. You? You're Justice? You? You know me? Do I know you? Of course I know you. Stares down witnesses on stand till they spill beans. End quote. That's not true. What's he writing? Are you a reporter by any chance? Whoa. You. You're Trucy. Eh? Am I famous? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Trucy Wright hates carrying a bag. Puts everything she owns in her panties. End quote. Eek, that's so not true. Just hold on to your breeches there. I'll wrap up this interview in a jiffy. Interview? So, guard, I think I know what's going on here. Guarding rooms is my life. What else could I possibly need? End quote. No. How many times do I have to tell you this? Look, I've got work to do. You deal with him. Did you come here to interview the guard? Ooh-wee, what a pickle. Accused wouldn't talk. Had to interview someone or go plumb crazy. End quote. Huh? Oh no. I should have guessed. Where's my manners? Where are my manners? Name's Brushel. Spark Brushel. I'm not picky. Journalist just closes eyes. Writes. End quote. What's that nauseatingly strong mint smell every time he grins? Until you've been interviewed by me, you don't know what thrilling is. Wild romp through crossroads of mayhem madness. End quote. I can see that. He's writing something again. Well, if he's a reporter, maybe he knows something. Hi. Frickin' Spark Brushel, ladies and gentlemen. Ah, right. Let me go on the record here. Yes? I know what you're going to say. Brushel, take this. Write brilliant column. End quote. I don't think so. Look, buddy, I write brilliant columns about one thing. And that's food. Try to understand. What could he possibly be writing? He didn't listen to a word I said. Alright. He doesn't really... Yeah, all this is just irrelevant. Yeah. Alright, that's the only thing he'll say. Alright, let's talk to Mr. Spark Brushel. This guy. So, Mr. Brushel, you're a journalist? Ah, me? Look, let me state one thing for the record here. Yes? I'm the interviewer. You understand, yeah? I'm the one asking the questions here. End quote. Okay. For instance, do you think a movie director watches movies? Well, I think he probably does.
Exactly. I knew you'd understand.
Huh? The night of the crime. So, the night of the murder, you were at Drew's studio.
Who, me? Look, let me state one thing for the record. Yes, I may look calm and collected, but I'm busy, real busy, always on the road. Journalist always buys one-way tickets, never looks back. End quote.
I can understand that philosophy, but
You want to know the thing about one-way tickets? Once you use them, they're gone. All because you have to give them to the guy at the airport.
true enough. But don't they give normal tickets away too?
Exactly. See? It's the same thing. What is?
Hey, Mario. He doesn't look calm or collected. Nope. Ah, man. Representing Dimac TV. To Mario. Man, I'm really loving I saw you on the past two nights and Moon Moon finally did it. He made it. He completed Resident Evil 0 yesterday, and he started on OG RE4, and I am loving his journey through it so far. Like, it's only the beginning, but he is playing, man, such a good game. Awesome. You can send it over whenever. And I like that picture from last night too, man. You went to the Simpsons arcade cabinet. Oh snap! That's a cool looking keyboard. Oh my god! That one red joystick and the big B and A buttons that are modeled after the NES controller. Oh, sick! NES styled keyboard. Oh, is that a number pad? Like on the right? Reminded me of like a calculator. That's sick, man. I love it. The interview. So you went to do a story on Drew Mission. Oh, nice. It has a standalone calculator mode. That's freaking cool. Okay, so that was. So you went to do a story on Drew Mission, and he never had a story done about him before?
That's right. Look, let me state one thing for the record here.
What?
I'm sure you're going to want to know about my source. What tipped me off to Drew? Why did he interview in the first place?
Well, yes.
Look, it's like, oh, I've got it. Say there's this burger joint with fabulous ketchup. You think the burger guy's going to tell me where he got it?
At the supermarket, maybe?
Exactly, see? That's what I'm talking about.
I think I may have actually understood that one.
Well, there's nothing I can talk about really. Walls have ears, eyes, especially glass walls, with speakers. End quote.
Right. Guess we'll leave then.
Ah, but since you're here, might as well tell you a tidbit of news I saw, just for the heck of it.
Sure, tell us. Just for the heck of it.
I remember it like it was yesterday. I'd seen a movie on a trip and wandered into this burger place with amazing ketchup. when an article in the tabloid caught my eye. Famous oil painting stolen from art dealer's gallery. End quote. I believe it was.
You've been feeling retro lately? Awesome. It's cool to feel retro.
An oil painting? Happens every time. I mean, happens every day, right? But I thought I'd seen that painting somewhere before. A painting of a giant peach floating down a river.
Ah, you mean this one right here? Well, this is the rough sketch of it. And then we found another one, which appears to be finished.
Someone stole an oil painting of a giant peach? Journalists can smell scoop better than burgers. End quote.
Okay. Let us move back to Drew's studio. October 7th, Drew's studio. Well, how'd it go? Find anything out? Actually, there was one thing I wanted to check with you. What's with that scary face you're making? And what's with the I know something but I'm not telling face you're not? And what's with the I know something but I'm not telling face you've got going, Emma? Alright, let us talk. Well, we can't talk about her or that. And we just learned Spark Brushel about the peach painting. Let's present the hidden painting to Emma Sky now. This painting came from behind that dresser. Ah, yes, so? It was stolen, no? I was hoping you wouldn't figure that out. Do you think you could tell us a bit about this? I suppose. It's what you think. Drew Mission was a forger. A forger? Oh, snap, everybody. Forged painting. Forger. So, what exactly is a forger? Well, basically, it's someone who makes forgeries. Fakes. In other words, fakes? Copies of an original. Exact copies. So precise. You can't tell them apart. Well, why not just photocopy them? Yeah. The big problem with forgeries is that people try to sell them as the real article. It's a crime, of course. So Drew Mission was a criminal? I'm afraid so. He received money to create elaborate forgeries to supplement his work in illustration, I guess. I see. Actually, that's why I brought this here in the first place. What do you mean? When you're trying to determine if a painting is a forgery, the rough sketch underneath can be a valuable clue. So the rough sketch is like practice for the real thing. Like doing a magic trick in front of a mirror before you go on stage. But not in the case of a forgery. Not necessarily, anyway. You know what the finished product is going to look like, after all. Oh yeah, I guess you would. That's why I brought this. I'm going to use it to see what's under the paint of the finished pieces. I get it now. Not that I really needed to go to such lengths, seeing as how one of the paintings was only half finished anyway. Still, it'd be neat to see Mr. Misham's rough sketches, kind of like what he was drawing when he thought no one was looking. True, that would be interesting and maybe valuable for our case. You should try buttering her up, Apollo. Flattery will get you everywhere, they say. Maybe I should ask Emma to help us out. Sure. Hey, Emma, let's use that fancy smanchy x-ray machine on the portrait. Emma, about this painting from behind the dresser there. Ah, yes. It's what you think. Drew Misham was a forger. A forger? Yes. Oh, wait, we have to... This one, I think. I kind of wanted to see the rough sketch under this painting. And I was wondering if your tool there might do the trick. Yeah. Oh, fine, fine. Just this time, though. Let's check it out. We select this portrait right here. Confirm. And now we get to scan. I like this part. It's so fun. All right, so there it is. All right. Yay. This is so fun. All right. We're getting there. Okay, let's print this one out. You know what that reminds me of from yesterday? It looks like Javier Gavin on the stage and his guitar caught on fire. Except the artist's interpretation here is where he it looks like he's entirely on fire. That's crazy. One moment, everybody. Let me just open a spare tab. All right. What? What the heck? Wow, he really blows. The finished painting isn't anything like the the finished painting isn't anything like the rough. Nope. It is not, Trucy. Can't tell them apart, you say. Devices like mine didn't exist until recently. He probably thought he could draw any sort of thing he wanted to for the rough. What do you mean? Well, in the past, you could only analyze the composition of a rough sketch. Composition? In other words, the traces of charcoal between paint and canvas. So you could tell if there had been a rough sketch, but not what it looked like. Ah, I think I follow you. So, in essence, it wouldn't matter what was underneath the finished painting. Some pros would actually paint out a rough sketch entirely, then do a completely new painting on top of that.
So Mr. Mission was drawing whatever he wanted before painting over them? Possibly. Is there a problem with that? Not particularly, but something about the sketch itself is kind of odd. You're awfully silent all of a sudden. Apollo, you think we could check out one of the other paintings? Well, sure. You like this detection stuff, don't you? Yes, it's fun. We're going to do the same thing for this one now. This is cool. What the? Oh, look at that, everybody. I already know what this is, but... Okay, let's print this one out. This is from Case 1 with the poker game between Phoenix Wright and Zach. I mean, excuse me, not Zach. Sorry, I messed up the name. Shoddy. Shoddy Smith. That's weird. This one too. What's wrong, Apollo? You look so serious all of a sudden. You think I could just look at the last of these? Fine by me. Knock yourself out. Alright, and now we're gonna do the same thing for this painting. This is the final painting to scan. So, paintings depicting cases 1 and 3. That is really spooky. Whoa, well, well. That looks like a noodle cart from case 2. Okay, let's print this one out. Yeah, there's the dude pulling the noodle cart. What the heck is all this? I hesitate to ask why you're getting so excited. You sure your device isn't leaking some kind of strange radiation? Trucy, look at these 3 sketches. Do you notice anything? Case 1, Case 2, and Case 3. Ah! They're all... Now you're both white as sheets. What's going on? These sketches are the 3 cases I worked on. What? The murder in the poker room at the Borscht Bowl Club. Turnabout Trump. The dead man pulling the noodle stand. Turnabout Corner. And then the events that transpired during the Gaviner's concert yesterday. Turnabout Serenade. What could it mean? How could he have drawn those things? And why? That's what I want to know. Wait, is Drew Mission your father? Give me a break. Does that seem even remotely possible to you? I'd never even heard of any Drew Mission before. I hadn't even seen a picture of him. but there were my cases, drawn on his canvas. Every single one of them. It couldn't have been a coincidence. Just who was this Drew Bishop? And what did he have to do with me? To be continued in court. Spooky! Ooh, woo! Dude was sketching the first three cases. Or, well, we don't know if the dude is actually a painting. Those were forgeries. October 8th, 9:48 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby, number 6. All right. Oh, hello. Good morning. Ellipsis. So you're Vera, right? I'm Trucy. Trucy, right. That's right, with a W. But not right, right? Ellipsis. Where on your side? You can tell us anything, please. Ellipsis. Good morning. She speaks. Not bad, not bad. Well, I think you'd do better with a little smile, you know? You're so pretty. You need to sell yourself, you know? Trucy, let's take it easy for starters. Oh, look, everybody. Thank you for taking my case. Aww, that's adorable. She's a good artist. Aww, that's a cute little lion. I never noticed that before. Okay, well, okay. Well, that's a start, I guess. Oh, she has her good luck charm. Ellipsis. There she goes to nail polish again. That's great, really. It's so cultured. Wanna try? Oh. Oh, really? Girls. The victim, Drew Mijim, was a forger, and a stolen painting was found in his studio. A life of crime, really. And maybe one that led to his death. October 8th, 10 a.m., District Court Courtroom number 3. Oh boy. Well, we will now, begin the, trial of the Vera Vision. Is the judge okay? His voice is all raspy, and he's looking around all nervous like. Mahom. The repercussions of today's trial will most likely be felt for a long time, and may indeed alter our legal system forever. Today is a test of the justice system, and the first step toward a new order in our courts. Daddy's secret mission. The jurists will function like a jury. It is hoped their inclusion will help the courts to better reflect the people's will. Why aren't there any jurists in the courtroom? 3 closed-circuit cameras watch this courtroom at all times. The jurists have access to everything that transpires. Jurists! Judge Well and Judge Cool.
Now, see here, Prosecutor Gavin. I was going to say that. Ah, my apologies, El Judge. Ahem. Jurors, today, judge today's trial coolly, if you would be so kind. The jurors are unbound by the letter of the law. They don't affect the trial with evidence, but by their feelings. And we're about to find out just what effect they're going to have. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. The details of the case, if you would. The victim is the painter, Drew Misham. He was killed in his own studio. His coffee was poisoned. By whom, you ask? By none other than the defendant, Vera Misham. There wasn't any poison in the coffee. Action! Someone has been doing their homework. Indeed, poison was not present in the coffee, but on the mug itself. The mug? Ah, residue was found on the rim, I see. The autopsy report describes the manner of our victim's death. The court accepts this as evidence. Misham's autopsy report has been added to the court record. Drew's autopsy report, death by atroquinine poisoning. Estimated time of death, 9 to 9:30 p.m. According to this report, the victim's death was caused by atroquinine poisoning. Let's take a look. Drew Misham, age 52, male, time of death, October 6, between 9 and 9:30 p.m. Cause of death, atroquinine poisoning. The chemical compound that does not occur naturally. Lethal dosage is a mere 0.002 mg. A touch of atroquinine in the body is the touch of the Reaper's scythe. Very well. Prosecutor Gavin, you may present your witness. I have for you today a simple man for a simple case. A man who witnessed the murder in its entirety. That journalist, no doubt. The witness will state his name and occupation.
Ah, right. Well, for starters, my name's Spark Russell. My job is a lone observer of the world.
In other words, a freelance journalist, right?
Ahem. If you don't mind, I'd like to state something here for the record.
Yes, Mr. Brushel?
I dislike conclusions, specifically the aspect of jumping to conclusions. Preconceptions make Park sandbox of endless desert waste. End quote.
But you are a journalist. You said so yourself yesterday.
Well, that's true, yes. But you must understand, I stand before you today, a man with a dream. I'm offering you my testimony in exchange for exclusive rights to the story. Scoop turns Mr. Brushel into that Mr. Brushel. End quote.
Let's hear your testimony then, shall we? A simple case, Gavin? For me, the jury is still out. Witness testimony. The journalist's story.
I visited the studio around 9 o'clock that night to do the interview. The first outsider to enter the atelier journalistic history made. End quote. His daughter brought us coffee right after we started. And you know what happened next? Star falls. End quote. No one else entered the room besides her the whole time.
Hmm, that does sound like a simple case. Unless you were the one who poisoned him.
Whoa, what are you saying, Judge?
Mm-hmm. Need I remind you, the cameras are rolling today. I felt the need to be a bit dramatic.
You didn't do it, did you? Me do a thing like that? Come on, that's like newsmaker making the news. End quote. Or even contemporary witch hunt. End quote. I know. Wild accusations rock a courtroom. End quote.
Rock. Indeed. Prosecutor Gavin sure looks like he's having fun. I'm so happy for him. Very well. Mr. Justice, your cross-examination, please. Cross-examination. The journalist's story.
I visited the studio around 9 o'clock that night to do the interview.
9 at night. 9 o'clock at night. Isn't that a little late for an interview?
If the great painter Drew Misham says, come at 9 o'clock, believe you me, I go at 9 o'clock. The first, and as it turned out, last interview with such a prolific painter.
Right. Can you tell us what it was like when you arrived?
The first outsider to enter the Outlier. Journalist history made. End quote.
I got my prop. You were the first reporter ever in Drew's studio?
Posterity will look back on that night as a turning point in journalistic history. A basically insignificant step for all mankind, but a giant step for that Russell guy. End quote.
If no one on the outside ever had access to the studio, then it would serve to reason that the deed was done by an insider. By which he means Vera did it. So, how did this epoch-making interview go?
His daughter brought us coffee right after we started.
Would you mind being a little more specific?
Oh, let me tell you, I enjoy a cuppa. In fact, it all began when I was in 3rd grade. No, wait, 4th grade.
That's not what I meant. I believe I know what Air Forehead is driving at. This coffee the victim was served. Did anyone other than the defendant touch it? Right, that's what I was going to say, really.
Well now, if you've got a question to ask, you'd best straight up ask it. That's what I tell all the new recruits several times if necessary. Right for a grade schooler. That's my motto. Which isn't to say I can only write.
That auto scroll's awful. I'm glad I have that history.
Which isn't to say I can only write grade school level stuff, mind you.
Who touched the coffee?
Don't know. I was in the back, looking at the studio's equipment when she served it.
Ellipsis. And what happened next?
No one else entered the room besides her the whole time.
Can you say that for sure? They have, that keyboard and stuff you got? Oh, they have it in Famicom style and Commodore 64? That's cool. Can you say that for sure?
For sure. Sure, I'm sure. Drew Studio isn't a big place, kiddo. I know it if someone else had come in.
What if they had been hiding in there from before? Even if someone had been hiding in the studio, they hardly could have poisoned that mug without anyone noticing.
You think I, Spark Russell, would miss something as obvious as that? No way!
He sure makes it sound exciting. I guess that's his job. There's only one moment we need to focus on, really.
The moment when Drew Mijim died?
Exactly. There has to be something there. And there is, dearest Apollo.
And you know what happened next? Star falls. End quote.
What's this about a star falling?
Star falls, huh? It's like an old telegram. Send money over. Send money over. Zowie, you don't know? That's like a journalism code word. An important personage passes away. A star falls. Get it?
But there's no gravity in space, is there? I wouldn't think stars could fall, really. Does this matter?
Oh boy, this is good stuff. Good stuff. How about star breaks? Nah, lacks punch. I know. Star dies. Nah, lacks imagination. Of course, you could go with Drew dies. Straight to the point. I like it.
I think we need to hear about something a little more substantial, like the star's coffee. You say Mr. Bishop had the coffee too? But did you actually see him drink the coffee?
Of course. He who sees it wins, but he who says it wins bigger. End quote. I live in a man sees dog eat dog and writes about it world. Yet, I guess I can't say I saw him drink it, really. He had one so-called sip, if that. Man puts lips to mug, drinks, end quote.
That poison is quite virulent, I hear.
My stomach did a so-called somersault. Since I'd gulped down that coffee without so much as a second glance at it. Wait, maybe something's there. Some kind of so-called trick. Anyone want to venture a guess for the record?
Does this guy have a pause button? Apollo? I'm afraid he does not have a pause button. Well, Mr. Justice, did you find that testimony valuable? Why, yes, it's very important. The victim drank his coffee, then immediately fell over?
Oh, yes. You could go to press with that one.
Your Honor, this is a vital piece of information. Please add it to the testimony. Very well. The witness will add this to his testimony.
Vital, right. He had one sip, if that. The next moment, he was on the floor.
So he either took a sip or he didn't, and then fell over?
Oh yes, indubitably. Just like that. Wham bam!
So Mr. Mijim drank the coffee and fell over immediately. I think Russell's telling the truth too. Should I get him to talk about something else? No need. There's real no need to change the testimony. The problem with the testimony is already pretty obvious. Yep.
He had one sip, if that. The next moment, he was on the floor.
We will present the coffee. Hang on, let me look at my evidence again. Yeah, the coffee mug. Objection! You know what I have a problem with? A particular property of the poison used. Atroquinine. Oh, Prosecutor Gavin was quite clear about the poison. A lethal dosage of 0.002 mg paralyzes the central nervous system. If you drink that, even you, Mr. Justice, will be reduced to a quivering pile. Why are you using me as an example? Unfortunately, we weren't told everything. There was a vital omission in Prosecutor Gavin's information. Ellipsis. An omission? Atroquinine is as virulent as he says. But death doesn't come upon ingestion. Not immediately. That's because atroquinine is slow acting. Slow acting?
What?
According to one forensic scientist, it's one of the most virulent poisons, but it's absorbed into the body astonishingly slow. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. If we suppose that the moment Mr. Mission sipped the coffee was when he sealed his fate, that he would still have had time left to enjoy his last cup of joe. Order. What's the meaning of this? If what the defense says is correct, why, that contradicts the entire testimony we've just heard. Well, Mr. Brushel, anything to say on the record?
Slow acting. Slowwact. It was virulent, all right. Even then, it had already begun digging its claws into the journalist. He's working on his scoop.
Objection! It's Brushel, Ja. Brushel. Let's take a trip back down memory lane.
Huh?
Did the victim really die the instant he took a sip? Think it over. This is vital.
You know what I think? I think that was a not-so-subliminal suggestion. End quote.
I admit, it does cause a problem if he died. When you say he died, I would be forced to say off writer's strike to my simple case. And you would be forced to say farewell to your article.
Come again?
You can't write a story based on conjecture, can you? And as the case drags on, other reporters will pick up the scent. And you'll be forced to kiss your exclusive scoop goodbye.
Scoop?
He's brushing his tongue. He's brushing his eyes. Well, he's brushing his glasses, I mean. Brushing his tongue, too.
Look, wait. Just wait a second. Just 1 second.
We're waiting. Out of it.
I think I just recalled a so-called important detail. A revival of recollection. End quote. A story survivor. End quote.
Attorney utterly confused. End quote.
Actually, I did notice something when I visited the studio. I had heard of poison that takes its sweet time. See?
but not what I've been saying for the last few minutes, apparently. Mr. Brushel, are you saying you noticed something that explains what's happened?
You bet I am. The antidote for a poisonous contradiction. End quote, you might say.
Or I still have no idea what you're talking about, end quote, I might say.
I figured it out, but only after an in-depth interview. See, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who poisoned that coffee.
Order, order, order. As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony that Mr. Bishop died the instant after he drank.
Of course I'm standing by my testimony and my dream of exclusive rights to this story.
Ah, I suppose it was too much to hope for.
What was?
Of course, he wouldn't choose a simple case. Not him. Him. Phoenix Wright. Who else? Ellipsis. Action, Brushel. Report for us, if you would. What is it that you noticed? This court is a critical trial of the juris system. I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible. You will testify to the court about what you noticed. Witness testimony. What Brushel noticed.
When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Mission was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. I thought nothing of it at the time, of course. Now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note?
A suicide note?
Yes, he had this look on his face. Man's face, inscrutable as a quadratic equation. End quote.
Suicide? Poor Mr. Misham. But that means Vera's innocent. Would someone commit suicide in the middle of an interview? That's messed up. Oh. Very well. You may begin your cross-examination. That's like a morbid thought. Alright. What Brushel noticed.
When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Mission was at his desk.
Was there anyone at the studio other than Mr. Misham?
Well, his daughter Vera, of course.
Was anyone besides Mr. Misham and Vera present?
Not a single one. Not a cat, not a rat, not even a mouse.
The only person who didn't belong to that studio there was you, wasn't it, Mr. Brushel?
I know what you're doing. I know your game. Attorney uses classic Ramsden phenomenon ploy. End quote.
If you intend to suggest that this reporter is a suspect, I'm sure you also intend to present evidence supporting that assertion, correct? In the meantime, let's move along, shall we?
I thought nothing of it at the time, of course.
You didn't think anything might be wrong at the time?
Hey, when I go in for an interview, that's what I'm there to do. Interviewer finds looking more effective than caring. End quote.
So what about now? Thinking back on it, did you sense anything strange in Mr. Misham's behavior?
Well, yeah. That's why I'm telling you all this to begin with.
Very well. Continue with your testimony.
Now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note?
A suicide note.
Well, yeah, don't quote me on it or anything. I'm just saying it's a possibility, you know?
So you didn't actually check the letter.
Of course not. It was sealed. Contents of can unknown until can is opened. End quote.
You can always check the label. Do you think Mr. Mission was writing a suicide note? If he was, that would solve the case in a jiffy. It kind of makes me wonder about that letter. So,
He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope.
so he put the letter away when he saw you?
Early reporter gets worm. End quote. That's my secret.
I'm not sure I follow.
It's the night of the interview. I arrive 15 minutes ahead of schedule. The handle turns, the door opens, and I barge in.
Are you sure that's okay to do? I mean, isn't that unlawful entry, really?
Mr. Bishop sure seemed to think so. You should have seen him. He crammed his letter into that yellow envelope as fast as he could. I know a secret when I spot one, and that was one.
It does seem significant. Well, Mr. Justice, I wonder. It does have the ring of something important added to the testimony. The defense finds this testimony vital, Your Honor. Very well. Please add it to the testimony, then.
Hey, why not? My account comes free of charge. It was a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the crime scene.
Yellow envelope. And you saw him seal this yellow envelope with the letter?
Hey, don't look at me like that. I saw what I saw.
Apollo, you think this might be our big break? Yeah. What I need is to show some decisive evidence now. And we have it. Oh, Spark Russell. You saw a yellow envelope, you say? Unless you're colorblind.
This is a red envelope.
As it just so happens, there was a single letter in a desk drawer at the scene. In a red envelope.
What?
And that was probably one of the most frightening, damaged animations in the series. The dude practically strangled himself with a tie. Prosecutor Gavin. Yes? Was a yellow envelope found at the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, no. But air forehead. It's easy to mistake the color of an envelope. I guess. But not this envelope. You see, it was postmarked already, 7 years ago. Well, Mr. Brushel?
I can explain that. Drew, right. He wanted to get that letter in an envelope, pronto. Get it out of sight of my beady eyes, right? So he grabbed the nearest envelope and crammed away.
And what about the whole red and yellow envelope contradiction, chump? Well, Mr. Justice, have you anything to say to the witness's claim? That night, the victim put a letter he had been writing in a red envelope. It's impossible. That's impossible. Ah, I like your expression. So full of confidence. It's simple, really. As it just so happens, the defense team investigated the contents of this envelope with the assistance of a forensic scientist. What? Note that this letter is addressed to Drew Misham.
Oh?
Why would he address a letter to himself, let alone send a suicide note to himself?
I've been scooped!
Order, order, order. Mr. Brushel, can you explain this to the court?
Oh my. How could I have forgotten? I suppose this happens to the best of us. Reporter gets old, forgets lots. End quote.
I'm still waiting for an explanation, Mr. Brushel.
Well, that's the thing, see. After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Bishop sat there searching his desk drawer for something.
His desk drawer?
Yes, a stamp. A so-called postage stamp. End quote.
A stamp. Whatever for.
Well, to mail his letter. What else? And then, why yes, I think I saw him put it in his letterbox. Yes, it was a yellow envelope, and he put it in that box.
Well, apparently, this yellow letter this yellow letter has nothing to do with this case.
Oh, how I wish it did. Just think if that were a suicide note. What a story. Star writes suicide note in front of reporter. Falls. End quote.
Ahem. As I was saying, that has nothing to do with this case. That said,
Yes, Your Honor?
it makes me wonder about the contents of that red envelope. $100,000 is quite a good deal of money. So this was from 7 years ago, Ja?
Ellipse. So am I finished here? I mean, am I finished here? I was thinking of, going home to start writing.
I hate to state what should be pretty obvious to anyone, but when you catch the scent of a story, you make that, or rather unique face.
Come on. Attorney has active imagination. Little else. End quote.
Even I noticed something, and my eyes aren't what they used to be. Oh no. You know, I'm starting to understand what all this perceiving stuff is about. Judge has active imagination. End quote. Please continue with your testimony. Tell us about the scent of a story.
Hey, I'm the one asking the questions here. Usually.
All right, everybody, get ready for a most infuriating testimony and perceive in this game. I'll get to the context soon, everybody. For all of you that know, they know the scent of a story.
Actually, it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. Reporter Leverett's story gets his interview. End quote. The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. That red envelope probably had something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare.
So you threatened to go to the press with this story? That's how you got your interview? Blackmail?
Well, yes. I mean, no. No, 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 no.
Yeah, you don't want to admit to blackmailing.
It wasn't exactly black. I mean, I'm not. Er,
Something wrong, Mr. Brushel?
Look, this is my story. My tidbit. Journalist info is livelihood. End quote.
I see.
While you have me chatting away in here, what's going on out there? What if some Wally Wordsworth or Sally Scooper gets wind of my story? They could be going to press while I'm going to waste.
The court feels your pain, Mr. Brushel. Mr. Justice, let's pick up the pace. A certain case, 7 years ago. Wait, 7 years ago? Oh boy. The scent of a story.
Actually, it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview.
The victim, Drew Mission, had an aversion to reporters.
Boy, I guess. Not even my considerable charms did much for him. Until I finally got my thumbs up, that is.
Maybe you can elaborate on that for a bit for us?
Reporter leverages story, gets his interview. End quote.
Exactly what sort of story was this?
Oh, a little one, like I said. Nothing more, nothing less, nothing in between. End quote. I might have suggested I had a lead on this particular story, but I didn't threaten or cajole or nothing. Honest.
So a suggestion was enough to get an interview? Mr. Mission must have really wanted to keep it under wraps.
The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago.
A certain case 7 years ago? Tell us what case.
Let me state one thing, Mr. Attorney, and you can quote me on this. I can't talk about that case.
Why not?
It's about journalistic pride and staunchness and credibility and connections. Journalist reveals sources only over his dead body. End quote. So what'll it be? Gonna strangle me? Dead men don't tell tales, Mr. Attorney.
He sounds pretty determined not to talk. Our chances of breaking his will aren't looking good.
That red envelope probably had something to do with it.
On the one hand, we have your story, and on the other, this letter. What makes you think the two are related?
Oh, I was just saying it's possible. Call it reporter's intuition. End quote. Hey, I say a lot of things. You going to pick all of them apart? Be my guest.
All of them? No. Just the incredibly suspicious ones. I see. Anything else to add about Mr. Bisham? That testimony left a bad taste in my mouth. It all makes sense. Nothing jumps out as ridiculous. I wonder what the story he's talking about is. It must have been good to get an interview with a famous recluse like that. Something powerful enough to drag Drew Misham out of hiding. I wondered. Maybe it had something to do with Mr. Misham's art? Alright.
Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare.
Just how amazing was Mr. Misham's talent?
Huh? Hoo-wee, boy. I mean, hey, He's a star, man, a star. The flow of his brush is like a great undulating river across the canvas. Artist, pan- Artist paints light up studio like sun. End quote. This guy's full of wacky gestures, but that one just now was wackier than usual. He looks kind of nervous to be Apollo. Definitely. I'm sensing something different than before here. Maybe it's time to bring out you know what. Yep. Oh boy, everybody. One moment, everybody. I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom real quick. Try not to be too unnerved by this gentleman. Actually, I'll do you all a favor. Just actually, you're right. Oh man. Everybody, I I returneth. Oh, excuse me. I gotta get comfy again. Thank you all for your patience. I'm sorry to Mario. I did not mean to. Like I said, I mean, I could have just put my options on, but work with me here. Don't worry. This guy will be off the screen real soon. And now, everybody, we are now going to perceive. This perceive, without a shadow of a doubt, this is the most infuriating perceives in this game. I am going to share you all the pain that I got from this perceive many years ago. Okay, everybody. So, we need to find his habit. We need to find his twitch. You would think, like, maybe, something with his mouth or something with his glasses or something with his toothbrush. Everybody, I am going to admit something to you all, and I have no shame in admitting this. I was stuck on this perceive for a long time because I did not look really closely. Like, not even his little pocket protector. You'll see. It's his armpit. You see that?
His freaking armpit. He tensed up his freaking armpit. His sweaty armpit. When he talks about Drew right here. Drew's talent. You do. You do. This freaking perceive. And this is also, and you know what's sad, everybody? It's a little sad. Like, this perceive is one of the reasons why the fans of the series have so much freaking ire towards Spark Brushel because of this freaking perceive right here. Like the other perceives were fun to figure out. Like with Lamira's neck, Machi Tabai's eyes behind his sunglasses, Alita's fiddling around with her ring. But a freaking sweaty armpit.
Gotcha!
I have no shame in saying that I looked that up. I didn't perceive well enough years ago. Sweat much, Mr. Brushel? I mean, we all sweat.
Erk, yeah. Well, a man can't help his glands, you know.
He's not wrong. It's more than that. When Mr. Misham's talent was mentioned, you suddenly began to sweat buckets.
Ah, you're hiding something about his talent? Why? That's ridiculous.
Evidence time. Let's show where Mr. Misham's true talent lay. It just so happens I have evidence showing the talent mentioned in that letter. A hidden painting.
Take that!
This painting was found in Mr. Misham's studio. There are two problems with this painting. The first is it wasn't painted by Mr. Misham. The second is that there was another painting in the studio which looked exactly like this one, except it was only half done.
Ellipsis.
Then we have a letter discussing a payment of $100,000, which suggests a certain business operation. The business of making forgeries. Ah! That's so frightening. Please don't. Ah, it's scary. That is all, Your Honor.
Everyone? Please, everyone. Can we keep this private, please? This is my story. My scoop.
Forgery. That's a serious crime.
Drew Misham is known as an artist these days. But there were rumors he dabbled in another kind of art until a few years back.
Another art, meaning forgery?
Drew Misham was talented, all right. Talented at making precise, detailed fakes. A fact that certain criminal elements were quick to discover.
Criminal elements? What? You can't seriously be talking about...
Exactly. I'm talking about forging evidence.
Forging evidence. Oh, hell nah.
The rumors started circulating 7 years ago.
7 years ago? So are we to understand that this letter, this payment of $100,000 was for?
Exactly. Forged evidence that's tiny profit. End quote.
Order, order, order! Why, it's like our victim was living a double life. Aha! This is my chance. So the victim had ties to the criminal world, right? He could have had plenty of enemies we know nothing about.
Objection!
This is my first time hearing of this criminal world. We certainly found no criminal connections when we conducted our investigation. On the bus, you see a clown.
Objection!
But how do you explain all this money? You have to admit that there's a possibility of some illegal activity here.
Objection!
But there is no proof tying this letter to our case. Our case was and remained simple from the beginning. Only the defendant could have poisoned that mug that night. And you, of course.
Hey. The only thing I poison is my pen when I'm writing reviews.
Mr. Brushel, your testimony to this point has been quite unreliable. It doesn't speak well of your reporting acumen.
What are you talking about? My journalism is rock solid. Journalism is so solid, you could stand an elephant on it. End quote.
Yeah, Chuck, this guy is something else. In any case, let's hear a summarized recap of your testimony. If we can ascertain the situation in that studio from the recap, the trial is over.
Apollo, what's he talking about?
The cross-examination showed Mr. Brushel didn't have reason or means to poison him. As long as there are no other suspects, then the killer had to be Vera. That's what. This next testimony is our last chance. Mr. Brushel, your testimony, please. Oh boy. The interview. A recap.
The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She's admitted as much herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug. And nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing. Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter.
That smile. A nice testimony. Clear, succinct, and without room for doubt.
Ah, shucks. You really think so?
I believe this clarifies the situation that night. Very well, Mr. Justice, you may begin your final cross-examination. Right. I still have one trump card left to play. And I won't let this trial end until I use it. Make sure that's not forged evidence, Apollo, because that's a touchy subject. The interview. A recap.
The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant.
Hold it!
But that doesn't prove Vera poisoned it.
Objection!
How many times have we heard that one, Ed Forehead? The poison reached its victim via that coffee mug. And from where did that coffee come from? And from where did that coffee come? Not to beat a dead horse again and again, perhaps you could fill us in?
I'm on it. You need a horse beat? I'm your man.
No, stop.
It was Vera who poured the coffee. She's admitted as much herself.
Hold it!
And you witnessed her pouring the coffee?
Of course, I didn't witness it. When she came in with that tray, the coffee was already poured and a steaming.
Let us not forget the defendant has admitted to pouring the coffee herself. I heard her statement. I poured, I served, and I killed. What? Ha 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 ha. That last part was just a little joke. Not funny. I don't think I'm going to get anywhere with this coffee mug. I need to find another weak spot in this case.
The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug.
Hold it!
You're sure about that?
Well, to be really, really precise, I was busy gobbling mint candies the whole time.
One of those candies might have been poisoned. Yet, at the time of the autopsy, no fresh fragrance of mint filled the room, and no mint residue was found. It was a long shot anyway. Don't tell me you're still trying to prove this. You think the victim ate, drank, or otherwise ingested something other than coffee? Well, Mr. Justice, if you have some proof. The possibility is there. I can feel it. Just maybe not prove it. Not yet. And possibility isn't going to cut it. Not now. Mr. Mijim ingested that poison via a route other than that coffee. Not yet. It can't be proven. I do believe our little forehead is growing up. Pity, we liked the rash, useful forehead best. Another hole in this case that needs plugging before I can prove anything. But first things first, I better uncover a weak spot before I try to strike again. On with the cross-examination.
Really, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter.
Hold it!
You say clearly as though it were obvious. But this claim that the defendant poisoned the victim is merely conjecture.
Ah, yes, well, you see, in my business, it's all about making the most ridiculous things sound right. A bad habit, I know.
Ellipsis.
Yeah, well, or actually, I guess this is more a case of ridiculous journalist sounds wrong. End quote.
The court is forced to agree with you. Please refrain from wild conjecture.
Understood, loud and clear.
If only I could believe that. What do you think, Apollo? Everything he's saying seems so not flawed. Well, that's kind of what you want from a testimony, really. I need to keep my eye on what matters. How and why was Drew Mijim killed? Vera poured the coffee. That's not going to change. But if that coffee didn't kill him, I need to find what did and prove it.
And nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing.
Press.
Hold it!
Not one thing. You're sure?
Yep, sure as sure can be. Well, with one exception.
One exception? What?
Journalist Spark Russell does interview, leaves studio. End quote. Come on. It's a joke. Get it? Not funny? I know, but still.
Did something leave the studio that night? Why does that sound familiar? Where have I heard something like that before? Now that we've proven our witness is a comedian of sorts, I'd like to turn to our defense attorney before returning to the testimony. Do you have any idea what, if anything, might have left the studio that night? Why, just one thing, Your Honor. I think one thing might very well have left the studio that night, actually. A certain something that has vanished from the crime scene. By which you mean? Something other than our witness? Of course. Don't tell me that I miss him. Believe me, any comic relief I may provide is entirely unintentional. Then let's see what you've got for us, Mr. Justice. Well, this thing wasn't at the scene of the crime, so I can't show it to you. But I do have evidence that shows how it could have been taken from the scene. Why, the letterbox.
Take that!
This is the only link between that studio and the outside world. A letterbox? What did Mr. Brushel just tell us? When he entered the studio on the night of the murder, the victim had just finished writing a letter.
Yeah, I said that, and yeah, it was true.
Furthermore, you went on to tell us that he put the letter in a yellow envelope and put it in the letterbox. Ah, but that very same letterbox was empty. In other words, that night, the yellow envelope disappeared.
Objection!
Ah, yes, intriguing. So an envelope has disappeared from the scene of the crime. Of course, this changes nothing. Huh? He has a point, Mr. Justice. What we're trying to figure out here is how the poison got into Mr. Bisham. Is it really important that this envelope the witness says he saw disappeared? Well, if it did disappear, then something did leave the studio that night. That seems very important to me. Very well then, the witness will add this to his testimony.
You got it.
I still think this fails to change anything, Ed Forehead. I wouldn't be so sure. A letter disappeared from the crime scene that night. This is exactly the opening I've been looking for.
A letter was put in the post from the studio, but I hardly think that matters.
Let's press that.
Hold it!
Nothing could be more serious than an envelope disappearing from the studio. And you were hiding that fact from us.
Yes, well, actually,
I don't argue the possibility that a letter disappeared from that studio. But El Forehead, isn't there a much more serious question before us? Right, how Mr. Mijim was poisoned, I know. But Mr. Brushel's testimony has changed, which means the facts of the case have, too. And what he's told us, he means something entirely different now, I'm starting to think. Let's keep thinking, Apollo. Alright, so we ignore that new statement. And then we're going to press this statement again about this here.
the only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug.
We press it.
Hold it!
You're sure about that?
Well, to be really, really precise, I was busy gobbling mint candies the whole time.
One of those candies might have been poisoned.
Objection!
Yet at the time of the autopsy, no fresh fragrance of mint filled the room, and no mint residue was found. It was a long shot anyway. Don't tell me you're still trying to prove this. You think the victim ate, drank, or otherwise ingested something other than coffee. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have some proof, the possibility is there. I can feel it. Just maybe not prove it. Not yet. And possibility isn't going to cut it, not now. Mr. Misham ingested that poison via a route other than that coffee. Now I can finally prove it. That's a tricky one. Proof is possible. Here goes nothing. You do understand what we need, Ja. Proof, air forehead, not possibilities. Of course. And Prosecutor Gavin, I hope you understand. I'm ready to give you that proof. What did you say? I have proof of the disappearing envelope.
I saw him writing a letter, I did.
Which was picked up by the mailman, I assume. Of course, which means that envelope had a stamp on it. A stamp? Ah. As we all know, stamps come with dried glue on the back. In order to use the glue, you have to wet it by licking the stamp.
Objection!
Tch, no one worth talking to actually licks stamps in this day and age.
Objection!
Even if you wanted to talk to him, you couldn't. He's dead after all.
Objection!
Okay, so he licked the stamp. But wait, how does that explain the atroquinine on the rim of the coffee mug?
Objection!
If he licked the back of a poisoned stamp, the poison would get on this tongue. Yes? What would then happen if he put the coffee mug to his mouth? Those traces on the mug weren't the killer's doing. It was the other way around. What? The coffee mug didn't poison Mr. Misham. Mr. Misham poisoned the coffee mug himself. Order, order, order! But that doesn't, does it? Recall, if you would. Atroquinine is a slow-acting poison, yes? The poison entered his body when he put the stamp on that envelope. But his time wasn't up until the very moment he touched his lips to that cup of joe. You have something to add, Mr. Brushel? Uh-oh, his nose is picking up another scent.
As I believe I mentioned earlier. Well, that's the thing. See, after he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there, searching his desk drawer for something. Yes, a stamp. A so-called postage stamp. End quote. But you know, I don't seem to remember him ever finding one.
Maybe he just run out? Incidentally, we searched the desk drawer at the scene of the crime. There were no stamps, not a single one. That does pose a problem. How will you prove that the stamp was coated with poison? Actually, I'm glad no other stamps were found. It makes proving the stamp he used was poisoned possible. Ah ha 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 ha. Good show, good show. You can't even prove there was a stamp at the scene in the first place. Well, let's hear what the defense has to say anyway. Where is your evidence that proves the existence of this poison stamp? Why, Your Honor, you see, The police department, they really suck at doing their job. Some people like to keep their stamps in tiny frames.
Take that!
Well, that certainly is a cute little frame. And by little, I mean really little. Little for a stamp? It was on the victim's desk, Your Honor. Quite empty, as you can see for yourself. I noticed that too during my inspection. So what? Well, Claudia, that's where a stamp would be, you fool. Ah, apparently you weren't as observant as you should have been, you tell him, Apollo. You see, when you saw this frame, it was missing something quite important. Missing something? Yes, a pale bluish stain on the inside of the frame. Atroquinine residue! Atroquinine, yeah. What? Why wasn't I told about this? The frame is only 2 inches square. The face of the frame is even smaller. Maybe an inch wide at most. You aren't saying. Oh, but I am. Tell me, what fits in such a small frame? A commemorative stamp, perhaps? Yeah. Order, order, order! The poison stamp was in this frame? Impossible. Prosecutor Gavin? Why would he put something like that on his desk? Don't tell me he had it there so he could commit suicide if the mood struck.
Can I say something? I had a thought, see.
What, Mr. Brushel? And please stop jittering around like that.
The victim was a forger, right? There's a lot of money in that line of work. Forger forges friends, makes enemies too. End quote.
So the poison stamp might have been a murder weapon aimed at him.
Objection!
Oh, Rich. That's rich. Leave the ridiculous flights of fancy to the governor's song lyrics, please. Finally, something we agree on. The stamp was a murder weapon? Nonsense. Murder is a simple business. Who would go to such lengths? No one. Oh, I disagree. Come again? Recall, if you would, the victim's reclusive lifestyle. True mission hid from the world. He avoided meetings. His only contact with the outside world was the mail. The mail? Now, if you wanted to kill someone you couldn't meet, but you knew red letters, a stamp would be the perfect weapon. But you knew read letters. Ridiculous. Where's your proof? I want proof. Show us evidence that this poison stamp was sent to him as a murder weapon. I might not have evidence per se, but things are finally starting to come together. What is it, Apollo? Your fists are trembling. I think I know what happened. I don't believe it, but I can see it. I think I know how Mr. Mijim was killed. Well, fill us in, Mr. Justice. A certain piece of evidence points to the truth, Your Honor. I can show you how someone with the intent to kill sent Mr. Mijim the stamp of death. The freaking red envelope. Right there.
Take that!
Isn't this the envelope? The one from 7 years ago? Yes. Think about the text of the letter again. There were 2 pages in the envelope. This is page 1. And this is page 2. I want to draw your attention to one phrase in particular. Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. The enclosed stamp, Your Honor. Ah.
In other words, if I have this straight, the stamp, poison, on the stamp, lick, lick, gasp, end quote.
Now, what if she had done exactly as the letter asked? He would sign the document, put it in the envelope, and put the stamp on it, right? Then he would put it in his letterbox. 15 minutes wouldn't have elapsed between affixing the stamp and mailing the letter. But the clock started ticking, and when the time came, he drew his last breath, and the murder weapon would be taken away from the scene. Quite conveniently, thanks to the postal system. Yeah, it's pretty scary. Such a splendid imagination you have, Air Forehead. Let me confirm one thing for you, if I might. So this poison stamp was inside this envelope from 7 years ago, Ja? Is that what you'd have us believe? Really? Well, it is a little bit of a stretch, but there's a possibility. Yes, a very small possibility. How small, I wonder? Um, a poison stamp in this envelope? A stamp that then became the murder weapon? How do you intend to prove this seeming coincidence? Well, back, it was 7 years ago, and we don't even know who sent that letter. And your answer is silence. I see. Very well. I move to... It's not nice to pick on the Fraulein, Clavier. Ah, Emma. That was weird. Um, Christoph jump scare? Well, like my Christoph Gavin impression? Did I sound like him? Oh, geez. I actually forgot about that part. That was dumb. Don't quit your day job. Don't you have a crime scene to be looking after, Fraulein detective? Someone had to come dig you all out of the mess you're making of this case. Mess? You know, none of this would happen if you just trusted in science a little more. You can find out if that stamp was in that envelope. Easy. Care to explain yourself, Fraulein detective? Glare at me all you want, but science is on my side. It's all in the residue, right? That's right. The poison detection spray. Produce the red envelope at once. You can open it on the authority of the court. Oh, wow. Spray detection regent. Yay. Wait. Oh. Oh, I think I found it. No, I did not. Oh, there it is. Boom. The enclosed stamp was in the letter. Well, would you look at that? No mistaking it. That's atraquinin residue. I don't believe it. A murder weapon from the past. Now, 7 years later, it bears its fangs at last.
Objection!
Absolutely outrageous. Tell me why. Why did this murder take place 7 years ago? Well, there's one possibility. Maybe Mr. Bishop figured it out. Figured what out? He realized that the person who sent that letter wanted him dead. So he sent his reply with a different stamp and put his decisive evidence in a frame. Hold it. Doc, you're still here?
Can I make a statement here on the record? I, Spark Razor Tooth Brushel, claim this scoop as mine. Drew Bishop killed in cold blood by sender of 7-year-old letter. End quote. No, maybe something more succinct. Star falls after 7-year delay. End quote.
Oh, hang on.
Succinct.
Succinct. Okay. Succinct. Ban him now? Ban this clown reporter? Don't worry, Chuck. Order, order, order! I see no room for further argument here. Though I admit, this is all coming as quite a shock. To think that the murder weapon reached his mouth after 7 years. Stamp is ticket straight to afterlife. End quote. Uh-oh. I think the witness is a bad influence on our judge. I see no need for further debate on this matter. The sender of that letter 7 years ago could hardly have been our defendant. Apollo, I think we just won. Very well. This court finds the defendant.
Objection!
Is this the bright future of our legal system? Prosecutor, Gavin? Our ticket to the afterlife from 7 years ago. Tickets for the Gaviner shows are invalid after 2 weeks. But it does make sense any other way. It boggles my mind that so many people haven't noticed this. There's a fatal contradiction in Ed Forehead's claim. A contradiction? A poison stamp was placed in this envelope 7 years ago, whereupon it was framed until now. If that's the case, then why would Drew Mission have done what he did? Emma explained that. He must have realized it was poisoned. Therein lies the rub. 7 years ago, the forger Drew Mission sent a trap and put the stamp in the frame. I do not debate this, but this begs the question. Why 7 years later did he use that stamp on the night of the murder? Ah, surely you don't mean to suggest that Mr. Mijum simply forgot. He put the murder weapon in a frame on his desk for 7 years and forgot? You expect us to believe he sprayed the trap on himself? Wah! While I admit this is all quite shocking myself, it does seem highly unlikely that he would fall afoul of a trap that had been sitting on his desk for 7 years. Apollo, I don't think we're winning anymore. I'm glad to see we're all back in the real world now. Welcome back to reality. We've been waiting for you.
Objection!
Okay, then how do you explain the poison stamp that was in this envelope? The poison stamp? Where exactly is this poison stamp again? Have you brought it to court for us? I see no proof that such a thing ever existed.
Objection!
What about the atropine residue, huh? Oh, I agree. That does seem to be atropine residue. But her forehead, it's certainly no stamp. Yeah, but even if your precious poison stamp did exist, Drew Misham never would have used it. That is all. Urgh. I believe we've come to a conclusion again. Apollo, were we wrong the whole time? I can't believe it. The poison traces match up. It can't be coincidence. I'd like to bring some closure to this issue sometime this year. Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor? Let's review the facts and see where we stand. 7 years ago, Drew Misham received a red envelope. There were traces of the poison atropine on the document inside that envelope. A similar trace was also found at the crime scene. On this tiny picture frame, the defense has indicated the possibility of a yellow envelope, an envelope that left the scene of the crime with the poison stamp on it. Yes, but even if this envelope contained the poison stamp, and Drew Misham, knowing this, put it in a frame, he never would have used that stamp. I'm afraid you're wrong. I'm afraid you're right. Which means there is a fatal flaw in the defense's case. I haven't been on the wrong track this whole time. I'm sure of it. The traces of atropine, the envelope, the frame, and Drew Misham's mysterious death. They're all connected somehow. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have a conclusion for us? The defense stands by its case, Your Honor. We've seen that the logical outcome of the evidence makes no sense, which means that one of our clues must be a fake. Ah, fake clue. Fascinating. And if we find it's fake, your wild fantasies will prove quite reasonable, Ja. The fake clue that's thrown us off the poison's trail is none other than Drew Misham himself. The victim was a fake clue? I'm afraid I don't understand. I'll explain. We have an envelope, a frame, and a mug linked by poison. That all makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the victim himself.
Objection!
Congratulations. You've completely lost me. So the fake evidence is none other than the master of fake himself, the forger? It makes a good story. I'll give you that. A fake clue. Fakes, forgeries. Ah, I know that face. That's the I just had an idea face. I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going with it anyway. What if our forger is the fake? Come again? 7 years ago, our forger sniffed a trap and stepped aside. 7 years passed. Now the forger stumbles into that very same trap and dies. Why? That's what I want to know. Because the forger who was killed was a fake. Here we are again. The victim was a fake. One forger smelled the trap. One forger fell into the trap. That's two forgers. And one of them was a fake. Order, order, order! So, you are telling us that Drew Misham, the victim, was a fake? Well, if he was the fake, who was the real forger? You'd better not be claiming there was some kind of switcheroo. I'm afraid you're going to have to back up your story. Mr. Justice, show us just who the real Drew Mission was. If Drew Mission wasn't the real forger, there's only one other person it could have been. Understood, Your Honor. Forger Drew Mission was himself a forgery. The real forger was, why, somebody in his actual family with the real actual talent. Vera Mission.
Take that!
There could be only one explanation, really. The real identity of the forger, known as Drew Mission, is none other than his only daughter, Vera Mission. Order, order, order. Mr. Justice, this is going out on a limb, even for you. I kind of agree. I mean, Vera? A forger? Let's consider it before you write it off entirely. If you look at the paintings in the studio, one fact becomes quite clear. Forgery had been taking place in that studio for quite some time. The forger wasn't caught in that trap 7 years ago. This can only mean that the one who was caught in the trap wasn't the forger. Well, actually, that does make a certain kind of sense. One more thing. Only 2 sets of fingerprints were found in the forger's studio. Drew Misham's and Vera Misham's. Ellipsis. If we know that Drew Misham wasn't the forger, that leaves only one possibility by process of elimination. The forger was Vera Misham. Well, fascinating. Oh, hello. Vera Misham? Ellipsis. You've been paying attention to the trial so far? Ellipsis. Let's just ask her and be done with it, shall we? Who are you? Who is the forger? Drew Misham. Uh-oh. She's looking worried. Ellipsis. Was that an expression of emotion I saw on her face? She's staring holes into Prosecutor Gavin's face. I'm used to being stared at by fraudanes, believe me. Though they usually talk to me too. Tell us, were you the one who forged those works of art? Yes. Oh, cute happy face. 12 out of 10 would commission her. Ellipsis. So the forger, Drew Mission, was you? Yes, it was me. Oh, look at that expression. 12 out of 10 art. What? What? Oh. Vera. The court was in an uproar, and it wasn't coming down. We had a break for a 10-minute recess. I'm gonna go on the slide. I like the slide. And I like the swing set. And the merry-go-round. Alright, everybody. I'm going to do one more part. This is going to be the final part of the day, but it's not going to be the final part of the case. Because I separated this case into 2 parts for my sake. Yeah, don't worry, Chuck. This is going to be a short one, actually. A really short one. But, stay tuned, everybody. Hang on tight. October 8th, 1:24 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 6. Okay, so where exactly does this leave us, Apollo? Well, the Drew Mijim who was killed wasn't Drew Mijim the forger, basically. Huh? Well then, who was he? Well, he was actually, ellipsis, doing her nails. So you really made those forgeries? Ellipsis. Uh-oh. Yes, for father. For father dearest. I know. It was wrong. Aw. She knew it was wrong. Could you tell us how it happened? Ellipsis. My father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day, father saw it in me. He saw that I had the talent. Uh-oh. The talent for making forgeries? How should I say it? It was not only paintings I made. Given the materials, I can make anything. Anything? Father was so proud, and I so happy. But in the end, I was making those forgeries. I never had a good constitution, nor personality. Oh, I know very little of the world outside my door. She was a shut-in. Ellipsis. Now because of me, father is... Do you know about this red envelope? I remember that envelope. It was some time ago. So you were already creating your works back then? I started when I was only 12 years old. So the one who figured out the stamp was poisoned. That was... Mr. Justice, it's time. To the courtroom, please. Right, out of time. Wait, Vera, please, just one more thing, please. Those 3 paintings in the studio? I painted those as part of my work. Right, see, we checked them out and we saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings. I see. Ellipsis. Mr. Justice? Yes? Father. He knew of you. Of both of you. Your late father? He was watching, gathering information. All about the Wright & Co. law offices. But lately, we're not doing just law. Yes, you do tricks, gags to amuse, and play piano. Well, they're not really gags. Yet, when father heard you had resumed the legal business, how pleased he was. Who was Mr. Mission? How am I supposed to know? What if he was Daddy's daddy? Judging from the relative ages involved, I'd say it's highly unlikely. For context, he's 33, and he's 52. Things are already confusing enough with all these daddies running around. I know somebody out there will take that entirely out of context. Ooh, daddy's running around. We know that the victim's daughter, Vera, was the forger. What does this mean for the case? Guess we're about to find out. Buckle up, everybody. October 8th, 1:36 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. Oh boy. Court is now back in session. Ellipsis. Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Uh-oh. That's a nervous habit, a common one. Perhaps you could begin by telling us how it all worked. How did you set up this Drew Mission Forger persona? Ellipse. Uh-oh. Ellipse. There's that stare again. She's drilling more holes into his head. I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy. What's hard? Very well, miss. If you would. Did you really make those detestable forgeries? Oh. Perhaps you'd rather answer my question. Were you the one who painted that painting? The remarkably similar one? Ah, yes. I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it. So, she was the one who made the forgeries. Yet, she did not wish to reveal the truth of the operation. So the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. To the world at large, he was the forger, not her. Ellipsis. I've done a bad thing. I have, haven't I? Regardless, we need a little more information. About, for instance, this. You have seen this before, Ja? Yes, it was in the desk drawer. Very well. You may proceed with your testimony. Tell us everything you know about this envelope. Witness testimony. And this is the only one, too. The red envelope. I created things, and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work. That was other than a painting. Father handled the deal, all of it. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. Good art. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio. There certainly was much of a great interest in your testimony. Not that the witness realizes it. Very well. Please begin the cross-examination. Right, okay. I need more information about this forger. This Drew Mission. Alright. The red envelope came after she completed her first job. That makes it a letter from her client, whoever wanted a forgery made. Apollo! We're close. We just have to piece together the parts. A deadly weapon and a red envelope. And the path it took to take Drew Misham's life. Alright. I created things, and Father sold them.
Hold it!
So these things you were making are You mean paintings identical to other paintings, right? The closer they were, the happier father was. I was happy too. Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work? My first painting sold when I was 12. And for context, she's currently 19. Your Honor, she had no idea what she was doing was illegal. That's so sad and messed up.
Objection!
Easy there, little attorney. You're not here to defend her for the crime of forgery. True. Please tell us more about this envelope. This envelope that may very well have killed your father. All right. This envelope came after my first work that was other than a painting.
Hold it!
By other than a painting, you mean you'd only done paintings up to that point? Yes. But father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than paintings. For instance, a letter someone had written, or a fingerprint left upon a cup, or a signature on a document, a seal upon a letter. None of this makes her sound very innocent at all. He's got a point, like, okay, yo, you're telling us that, I guess orders from your father, you can make forged evidence. And the $100,000 promised in this letter was the start. The beginning of a new industry for Drew Mission. A new industry. The creation of items to be used in criminal proceedings. Forging evidence, in other words. Uh-oh. Father handled the deal. All of it.
Hold it!
So you didn't know how the things you were making were being used? I enjoy painting very much. I think I understand. The Fraulein has lived in an unusual little world. Can you tell us what happened to the papers that were in this envelope? Father signed them and sent them back, I believe. Did he follow the instructions? Send in the enclosed envelope, the enclosed stamp. Yep. This is a rather important matter. Give your answer some thought. I received the stamp that was in that envelope.
Hold it!
What do you mean, you received it? Did I do something wrong? You didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Deadly poison on the back. Atroquinin.
Objection!
A moment, Ed Forehead. You can't force an answer upon the witness. Now then, perhaps, you would tell me, Fraulein Vera, why did you receive this stamp? Ellipsis. Is something wrong? It was beautiful. Ah, you mean it was one of those commemorative stamps? Yes, I think it was. So you didn't know about the poison? Ellipsis. Oh, that sad face. I guess not. So the trap failed by chance, by mistake, thanks to this commemorative stamp. Quite the close call. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio.
Hold it!
You mean you moved to where the current Drew studio is? Yes, we saw very few people there. I began drawing picture books. This single job had tied them to the criminal underworld. I think Mr. Mission wished to reduce their visibility in the world at large. When we had to meet someone for some reason, Father posed as the creator of the work. So that was the real essence of the artist, Drew Mission. You did the work, and he supplied the face. So, you really didn't know anything, did you? You had no idea how much danger you were in. Apparently not. About this commemorative stamp, could you tell us more about it? Ellipsis. It was very pretty, and more than that, yes, it was a picture of people I liked at the time. This is something new. Apparently, we've got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. If you would be so kind as to continue the testimony, Fraulein. Oh. Oh. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it. Oh?
Hold it!
Magicians? I love mysterious things. I always have. Even though she fainted when she saw Mr. Hat. You're confusing mysterious or freaky. Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much. See? Isn't magic great? Fine, great, yeah, sure. No need to get all excited. But the magic troupe we saw disbanded soon after. Aw. I was quite sad. Did she just say what I think she said? Yes. Magic troupe? Now where have I heard that before? Come on, Apollo. The red envelope came after she'd completed her first job. That makes it a letter from her client, whoever wanted a forgery made. Apollo! We're close. We just have to piece together the parts. A deadly weapon, a red envelope, and the path it took to take Drew Misham's life. Yeah, we have it. Hang on. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it. Why, they're like these magicians on the magic show ticket.
Objection!
Those magicians you liked. Was it this bunch? Apollo, they're not a bunch. I see, still. I have to wonder. Why include a commemorative stamp like that in a business letter? Good question. Well, pretty stamps are always better, and you can't beat Troop Grimari. But the whole murder plan was a failure because of it. Ironic, don't you think? Prosecutor Gavin? Ellipsis. Prosecutor Gavin? Grimari. Oh, Clavier? What's of Gavin? Might I ask just one question of this witness? In your testimony just now, you stated. One moment, everybody. I just need to open a spare tab real quick. And I'm going to end this section. In your testimony just now, you stated this was your first work that was other than a painting? Please tell me, what exactly did you make? Can I ask why? No! Answer the question! Now!
Eek.
Uh-oh. Prosecutor Gavin? You're usually not the one whose volume concerns me. Yes, it is unbecoming of me. I apologize. But I must know. Please, Miss Mission, tell me. It was a book, a single page, in a book. A book. Please be more specific. It was a handwritten book, like like a diary. Uh-oh. No, I don't. No. This is bordering Clavier too. What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he just saw a ghost. Miss Mission, this book. Was there a picture of a silk hat on the back cover? Yes or no? How? How did you know?
Objection!
Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant is answering all of your questions. Stop badgering her. Ellipsis. He's told you nothing, has he? You're soiled, sullied mentor. Nothing? Sullied? Who? Phoenix Wright. Who else? Daddy? He never told you about the trial 7 years ago? About how he came to lose his attorney's badge? It was a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know. A certain diary. On the back it bore the mark of a silk hat. What? Ah, you do, Chuck. Phoenix Wright tossed out of the profession by false evidence. And the forger who made that evidence. Is this girl standing right in front of me? Vera, you must tell us. The evidence you made was used in the trial 7 years ago. Who asked Drew Mijim, you, to forge that evidence? For all of our sakes, who was it? Ellipse. We only met once. You. You met the client? Well, who was it? It was. It was. Uh-oh. What's going on, Vera? She's staring at Prosecutor Gavin's face again. Yes, what? Is there something about me? Ellipsis. I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book, the diary. Ellipsis. Who was it? Vera! The devil. The devil? Damn. Defendant Vera Mijim. Condition? Unconscious. Examiner's diagnosis? Acute atroquinin poisoning. This ends the recording of the trial for the murder of Drew Mijim. Vera Mijim was, during the trial, poisoned by an unknown assailant. The dosage was just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life. She is currently in intensive care. and is not to be disturbed for any reason. A very simple case, at first glance, until it finally began to show its true colors. The long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. In some ways, that was the starting point of it all. And that is where we must go to find the whole truth. And that's where I'm going to end it right there. We're going back to the past tomorrow, everybody, from 7 years ago. Hell yeah. But man, I'm also not going to look forward to it because we're all going to see the moment, how it all happened. So yeah, this is a good stopping point right here. I'll leave you with one little trivia before I go. It's about atroquinin. So atroquinin's name may be based on the real life chemical, quinin, which is used to treat malaria. The prefix atro is based on a Latin word meaning dark. So atroquinin could literally mean dark quinin. And alternatively, the name may be a portmanteau of atropine, which is a potentially deadly tropane alkaloid extracted from, amongst others, deadly nightshade. Atropa belladonna, which is commonly known as deadly nightshade or belladonna. It's a toxic perennial herbaceous plant in the nightshade family, Solanaceae, and it's used as a drug with a wide variety of effects. And quinine, since atropine can be potentially deadly, it is named after Atropos, one of the three fates in Greek mythology, who would choose how a person was to die. Whoa, that's messed up. And I was also reminded of Atropos from Chrono Trigger. Oh, that's wow. Okay, so yeah, that's gonna do it for me, everybody. That was a great stopping point. I'm like, yeah, that's gonna let people want more, and also it's good for my sake too, cause man, I do not want to pull off another 11-hour stream. Yeah, Chuck, that reaction, that's the reaction I wanted. All right, that's gonna do it for me, everybody. Let me scroll on down. Let's see. Hmm. Let me scroll on here. Let me. Okay. I'm gonna look for a target to go to, and I got two special people to thank for today. Okay. Well, I'm gonna see if this person is on. Hmm. I don't know how long they're going to be streaming. They're streaming rather late in their hour, in their time zone. But yeah, okay, everybody. Let me refresh my following list one more time. Okay. All right, everybody. I'm gonna. Eh. Hmm. You know what, everybody? Yeah, I'm gonna. I remember they rated me near the end of my stream a while ago, but since they're starting up, I'm gonna send you all to a very good streamer and a very good man. And you know who that good streamer slash good man is? That man is none other than Hank Hill, or Mr. Hill as I like to call him, but otherwise known as the Good Jarrett. Good Jarrett is just starting up, and he's continuing Dragon Warrior Monsters 2. Yeah. So I'm gonna send you all. Okay, Chuck. Awesome, man. Yeah, okay. Thank you for letting me know. I'm going to go and sit back and relax. I'm gonna eat some food, and I hope you all come back tomorrow. Thank you both, Chuckman and Tamario. Y'all were the ones that have made my chat room feel full, and I say that in a good way. Thank you both. Um, but it's okay. Yeah, just thanks everybody. I know I won't call you all out. I'm just saying thank you all to the ones that are lurking. I always thank my lurkers. To all the people that were lurking, thank you very much for lurking in my channel. Oh man, I almost went full clavier there. Doing that fake German accent is so fun to do. And my apologies to anybody out there that's actually, from Germany. Do not mean to offend you. Man, nowadays, people like how certain stuff nowadays it's like, oh, we need authentic people that comes from authentic countries, you know, like the whole thing with Apu from The Simpsons. We need a genuine dude from India to genuinely voice Apu. Anyway, all right, everybody. I'm gonna send y'all to the good Jarrett. And also, everybody, I hope you all come back tomorrow because we're gonna finish this game. There isn't much left to the game. Um, I'm saying this like in a good way too, as in like I'm pacing myself. I should have, man, I should have did this yesterday for case three. I will admit, I underestimated. So yeah, stay tuned tomorrow, everybody, as we're gonna go back 7 years ago on how it all went down. All right, we're gonna go off to the good Jarrett. All right, everybody, let me bust out a hot jam. Let me see. Um, thank y'all for watching. And remember to go in peace. I'll see you all in court tomorrow, the final time for this month. And join me. I hope you all join me to see how it all goes down. And we will find out the fate of, what happened to Phoenix, right? How he lost his badge. What's gotten Clavier in the funk, and the status of one Vera Mission, who is in critical condition from the atroquinin poison. It's crazy. It's insane. But you're not going to want to miss tomorrow. Ah, this music. It's the best. So good. Such a great OST this entire series has. But yeah, thank you all.